This sacred Dhamma sermon is delivered by the Most Venerable Rajagiriye Ariyagnana Thero at the holy premises of Ruwanwelisaya on the 13th of July 2019. This insightful sermon is organized by the Geological Survey and Mines Bureau with the organizing committee chaired and led by engineer Mr. Deshana De Silva. The original sermon, preached in Sinhalese language, has been translated to English for your spiritual nourishment. The Lord Buddha underwent immense suffering for 4 lakhs of eons. I circumambulate this huge pagoda and worship it, having knelt down before it, where a dronyak of sacred relics of the Enlightened One is enshrined, commemorating the immeasurable mass of greatest qualities of the Enlightened One. I offer my life to you, the Enlightened One, again and again. May my offering be accepted. May my offering be accepted. May my offering be accepted. The greatest and meritful devotees who have gathered here out of the millions of human beings that live in this world. You have gathered at the noblest and magnificent place on this land. This is the greatest land where a dronyak of sacred relics of the Enlightened One are enshrined, and an image of a Buddha will be created with the power of the firm resolve made by the Enlightened One. This is the sacred land where the Enlightened One made Yamaka Mahapratihārya, the wonderful feat in which both water and fire are ejected from nostrils simultaneously. This is the magnificent land where lamps filled with fragrant oil lighted by King Gamini Abhaya are still aflame. This is the land which has become fragrant due to the madara and jasmine flowers offered here. This is the noblest place to which legions of gods and bambas come on pilgrimage to worship and engage in meditation. This is the land where the ancient kings made statements of truth to make it rain and bring prosperity to the whole country when it was inflicted by famine and drought. On a particular day in the past, a great Arahat Thero was prepared to deliver a Dhamma sermon to an audience of both laymen and bhikkhus at Lowa Mahapaya. The sermon was on Ruwanwelisaya. On that occasion, the Arahat Thero created suspicion in his mind whether the audience would accept the reality of this great pagoda, Ruwanwelisaya, in front of which we are gathered today. Another Arahat Thero could read the mind of that Arahat Thero through his insightful vision. He addressed the Arahat Thero who was prepared to deliver the Dhamma sermon and said, "Dear Thero, whether many people may accept it or not, please deliver that wonderful truth." As we know, the Enlightened One delivered a Dhamma of life that he understood by himself. The Enlightened One showed us how the people who indulge in luxury, excelled by egotism, and the mighty that make the feeble suffer, be born in the hell realms after death, and how the meritful people who practice insight meditation be born again in superior realms. The Enlightened One preached that when children bring pain to parents, they have to undergo difficulties. So those who practice good virtues could invite the gods and bambas who leave their realms to be born as their children. The Enlightened One preached in a Dhamma discourse on how to live a content life without being attached to various objects in the world to which we have a tendency of getting attracted and being attached to. The Enlightened One, the Lord Buddha, showed us by example of his own life on how to win not only this life but also the whole sansaric life, making use of the strength of virtue, developing concentration, and following the noble eightfold path. Venerable Thero, who showed the way to a huge number of people to turn to the path of Nibbana, we beseech with immense respect to deliver Dhamma with great compassion and sympathy, in order that all humans, gods, and Bambas gathered at this sacred place could benefit it. This great island, our motherland, could be protected and kings such as Gamini Abaya be born again. Venerable Rajagiriye Ariyagnana Thero, we kneel down at your foot and worship you with great respect and a concentrated mind to invite you to commence this Dhamma discourse in Pansil Maluwa radio program. Though there are so many things to tell about how my life and the lives of all who have gathered have changed right from the day we received your greatest companionship, we need not mention them anew, as they are obvious and evident. Venerable Thero, we invite you with great respect to commence this Dhamma discourse. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu.
Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. Samanta Chakkavalesu Atra Gachantu Devata Saddhamman Munirajasa Sunantu Sakka Mukkadan Dhamma Savana Kalo Ayan Badanta Dhamma Savana Kalo Ayan Badanta Dhamma Savana Kalo Ayan Badanta Namo Tassa Bhagavato Arahato Samma Sambuddhassa Namo Tassa Bhagavato Arahato Samma Sambuddhassa Namo Tassa Bhagavato Arahato Samma Sambuddhassa. The Most Venerable, the Chief Incumbent of the Atamasthane, Dr. Pallegama Sri Sumana Dhammarakkhita Sirinivasa Thero, Venerable Pallegama Hemaratra Thero, the Chief Incumbent of Ruwanwelisaya Vihara, who always provides his assistance to all of us with true great human nature and companionship, the Mahasangha, including the Venerable Nayaka Theros who have gathered here, the Venerable Therunis who are participating in this event, Mr. Vani Nayaka, the District Secretary of Anuradhapura, and Mr. Asela Iddabala, Chairman of the Geological Survey and Mines Bureau, Mr. Sajjana De Silva, the officers of the three forces, the police and the Special Task Force, and the devotees who are present here with true great companionship. A few months ago, Mr. Sajjana made an invitation to us with great respect to arrive at this holy place and deliver Dhamma in front of the Ruwanwelisaya pagoda, to which we pay homage with the respect that is paid to Lord Buddha. Accordingly, we are conducting this great religious activity today. At the same time, I should also convey my blessings to the devotees of Sirasa Pansil Maluwa program who participate in this noble activity at this moment. Devotees, you know that in a few days, the beautiful rainy season will start. Then, the lay devotees would invite the venerable bhikkhus in every temple in the country to observe Vas. And within the 3 months, commencing from the Asala full moon Poya day, the venerable bhikkhus will be residing within the temples, practicing the noblest virtues. Therefore, the next 3 months are the period of time in which the living beings in the globe can gather merits to the maximum. At the same time, the gods and bambas with right view of Dhamma will be watching at the meritorious activities performed by Buddhist people and develop pleasant feelings about them. When this invitation was made to me to preach Dhamma, I asked the gentleman who made the invitation about the When this invitation was made to me to preach Dhamma, I asked the gentleman who made the invitation about the objective of this activity. He told me that the main objective of this great activity is to invoke blessings for the security and sustenance of this great motherland of ours, the people living there, and also of the Buddhist dispensation. At the same time, another objective of this great activity is to convey the merits collected through this to gods and invoke the blessings and the security of gods to make this Sinhalese Buddhist country exist. We know that as Sri Lankans and as Buddhists and as a nation, we are faced up with a terrible danger. When we face such dangers, there is one thing on which we, the Sinhalese Buddhists, should repose our trust. It is not politics on which we should repose our trust on such occasions. It is not on the political leader elected by us that we should repose our trust on such occasions. As a follower of the Lord Buddha, I would like to emphasize that we should repose our trust only on the Noble Eightfold Path on such occasions. Devotees, Lord Buddha has precisely explained to us that the only path to the mundane and extra-mundane comfort in this world is the Noble Eightfold Path. Therefore, the Lord Buddha has always preached to us that when we encounter some problem, some issue, some crisis or suffering in our life, we should analyze it through the Noble Eightfold Path. Lord Buddha does not preach to us to analyze that problem or suffering through animosity, hatred, revenge, or emotions. The Lord Buddha preaches to us that if any problem arises with regard to the noble Buddhist dispensation, that problem should be analyzed through the Four Noble Truths. What will we see then, devotees? We will see that we have actually been plunged into suffering as a nation. What is happening to the Sinhalese? What is happening to the core values of Buddhism? According to Lord Buddha, if suffering is formed, the cause of it is craving. We have to understand this properly. If we want to invoke blessings to the country and to the people living in the country, and if we wish that the country may have prosperity and successes, we will have to find out the way through which we can achieve it. Lord Buddha preaches to us that if suffering is created in us, the cause of it is a craving for the 5 aggregates of grasping called rupa, the aggregate of form, Vedana, the aggregate of sensations, Sanya, the aggregate of recognition, Sankara, the aggregate of volitional formations, Vijnana, the aggregate of consciousness. In the third noble truth, it is explained to us that we should clearly understand this factor called craving and attenuate it in order to eliminate suffering. Having preached, the Lord Buddha explains to us in the fourth noble truth that the path to the cessation of suffering is a noble eightfold path. Hence, devotees, whatever problem you may encounter as a nation and as Buddhists in your life and in this motherland of yours, you should understand as followers of Lord Buddha or as four categories of followers of the Buddhist dispensation, namely male bhikkhus, female bhikkhus, male lay devotees, and female lay devotees, that the only solution or trustworthy approach for our problems is the strength of the Noble Eightfold Path. I preached earlier that the rainy season will commence soon, and it is the most pleasant period of time in this world during which we get the opportunity to collect merits. You should make a firm resolve at this moment that you will attend to the venerable bhikkhus who observe vast virtues and get the great merits and the strength of the Noble Eightfold Path to your life. It is through that strength only that we could achieve the goal of creating in this noble Sinhalese Buddhist country a pious way of life for people which is independent, free, peaceful, and devoid of fear. So, I shall explain in this sermon of Dhamma on how to see our life through the four noble truths and how to make our lives strong through the Noble Eightfold Path. We know that our Buddhist people engage in a number of meritorious activities. Lord Buddha preaches that sometimes some acts which we may perceive as meritorious acts may only take us into realms of suffering after death. Devotees, incapable persons go to realms of suffering after death, even after doing meritorious acts. At the same time, capable persons go to realms without suffering after doing meritorious acts. Similarly, Lord Buddha has preached that the most capable persons develop insightful knowledge through the meritorious activities that they perform. How could one go to realms of suffering after birth, even after performing a meritorious act? Devotees, if someone does meritorious acts with the evil thoughts of craving, animosity, and ignorance, using the wealth earned through wrong livelihood, without trust in karma, that's action driven by intention, and the outcomes of karma, such acts, though they may seem as meritorious acts, would take him to realms of suffering after death. This should be understood properly. During the next 3 months, you can engage in a number of meritorious activities. Therefore, whatever meritorious activity you may engage in, maybe it is an almsgiving, a virtuous act, or a meditation, you should be established on the 5 precepts when you perform it. At the same time, you should fill your life with the norms of generosity, hatelessness, and undeludedness. Do not create craving, animosity, and ignorance in your mind. They are roots of sin. You should engage in meritorious activities using the money earned through right livelihood. Keep trust in karma and karmic outcomes. If you engage in so-called meritorious activities without adhering to these fundamentals, it is mentioned in Dhamma that the outcome will be births on realms of suffering, however much wealth you may spend for them. You should perceive this fact properly. As I think, though thousands of so-called meritorious activities are performed in our country, most of those acts are based on craving, animosity, and ignorance. There's craving for rupa, or form. There's craving for vedana, or sensation. There's craving for sankhara, or volitional formation. There's craving for vijnana, or consciousness. When there are obstacles to the thoughts of craving, thoughts of animosity are created. As Lord Buddha preaches, both the thoughts of craving and the thoughts of animosity are created by ignorance. Therefore, devotees should always be capable enough to adhere to the 5 precepts at the cost of their lives when they perform meritorious activities. Engage in meritorious activities in a manner in which roots of merit are developed. Do not create craving for rupa or forms. Do not create craving for divine realms. Do not create craving for things to be achieved in this life or in the life after death. Always understand the impermanence of the volitional formations and engage in meritorious activities, having understood that fundamental. Lord Buddha has mentioned about 6 luxuries, divine realms in his preaching. They are called Tusitaya, Yamaya, Nimmanaratiya, Paranimmita Vasavartiya, Tavatinsaya, and Chatur Maharajikaya. Not only gods and goddesses, but divine animals also live in these divine realms. Like we find animals in this human world, we would find animals even in the divine realms. According to Dhamma discourses, there are a number of divine animals such as divine horses, divine tuskers, divine rabbits, divine birds, etc. in these divine realms. Who are born as divine animals in these divine realms? They are those who have engaged in meritorious activities in previous lives as human beings without being established in virtuous norms or roots of merits and using money earned through wrong livelihoods without trust in karma or karmic outcomes. Devotees, how did their meritorious acts make effect? The outcome was that they became animals in divine realms. The lifespan, skin color, luxury, and the power of those divine animals are enormous. A divine tusker will be born in a divine realm through abiogenesis with tusks covered with a golden sheath, forehead covered with a golden frontlet, and legs covered with golden anklets. These divine animals are born with longevity, pleasant skin color, luxury, and power. How did they get this much of longevity, pleasant skin color, luxury, and power? They engaged in different meritorious activities when they had human lives in previous births. They engaged in beautiful meritorious activities. However, they engaged in those meritorious activities without being based on virtues. As they had not practiced virtues, they could not become gods or goddesses. That is why they were born as animals in divine realms. Now, you can understand that even though a huge amount of money, lakhs and millions of rupees, is spent to engage in meritorious activities, those merits will cause births as animals in the divine realms if the aforesaid meritorious acts are not based on proper virtues. Similarly, now look at the human world. Even in the human world, we see that there are some animals which are higher in value. There are some kinds of dogs of which the value of a dog may be 50,000 or 75,000 rupees. The value of a fish exceeds 100,000 rupees. The value of a baby elephant is more than 50 lakhs. A baby horse may be worth 25 lakhs of rupees. So, who are these animals which are very expensive? They have been born as these animals due to the meritorious activities in which they were engaged based on feeble virtues. Their births are a result of dependent origination. They were engaged in meritorious activities such as giving alms. However, those meritorious activities were done based on roots of sin, namely craving, animosity, and ignorance, and also using money earned through wrong livelihood without trust on karma and karmic outcomes. That is why they were born as animals in luxurious houses. They can travel in luxurious vehicles. They enjoy the comfort which even a human being cannot get. They are given proper acceptance and adoration by their masters. What is the reason for it? Due to the meritorious acts they did in their previous lives as human beings, they have been able to achieve such a luxurious life. However, as their meritorious activities were based on the roots of sin, they have been born as animals as per dependent origination. At the same time, Lord Buddha has preached that even animals such as elephants, tigers, lions, etc., that live in forests might have had human lives in their previous births. They have been born as animals as they were not able to adhere to the virtuous precepts when they had human lives. Though they engaged in meritorious activities in previous lives, they did them without trust in karma or karmic outcomes. Sometimes one may get a birth in an animal realm with longevity, fair complexion, luxury, and power, but he has fallen into the animal realm. Similarly, now look at the world of pretas or hungry ghosts. In the world of pretas, there are some pretas who have longevity, fair complexion, luxury, and power. There are some huge pretas and other ordinary pretas. There are some huge pretas, and the other ordinary pretas flee when they see those pretas. So, how did those pretas get that majesty? There's a certain category of pretas called Paradatta Rupa Jivi. This preta owns a lot of clothes and ornaments. It has a body which is not deformed. It gets food without any destruction. How did those pretas get such luxury? They were engaged in meritorious activities in their previous lives. They gave alms, but their meritorious activities were based on roots of sin, namely craving, animosity, and ignorance. At the moment of death, they created thoughts of craving. If not, they created thoughts of animosity. Sometimes they might have created thoughts of ignorance. That is why they were born as pretas. Therefore, devotees, you have to be clever. You have achieved a beautiful life as a Sinhalese Buddhist. If you ask me what the greatest nation that has ever been in this world, my answer would be Sakyan clan, in which Prince Siddhartha was born. The Sakyan clan was very clever, and the Sakyan clan had collected enough merits to beget a prince who would become Buddha. Then, if someone asked me what the second greatest nation that has ever been in this world after the Sakyan clan disappeared from this world is, I would say, without any hesitation, the answer is Sinhalese Buddhists. I'm not stating this to dishonor someone. I'm not stating this to relegate someone to second place. I say so because these Sinhalese Buddhists are born in this world, having inherited with them a life without suffering after death. They are born in this world, having inherited with them the faculties of developing the strength of having noble mental stages named Sotapanna, being free from identity view, attachment to results, and doubts about teachings of Buddha. Sakurdagami, or attenuating sensual desire and ill will. Anagami, being free from sensual desire and ill will. And Arahat, eliminating all defilements in mind. At the same time, you were born in this Sinhalese Buddhist nation, having the access to the Noble Eightfold Path, which is nourished by the right view. Therefore, it can be explained according to Dhamma that there are no other nation like this in this world. You have been able to be born. Therefore, you should not leave the strength of this meritorious activity unutilized. You should not collect karma so that you may be born as an animal in a divine realm, or as an animal which leads a luxurious life in this human world, or to be born as a huge Paradatta-rupi preta in the preta world in the next birth of yours. An incapable person engages in meritorious activities without following the virtuous precepts. He does meritorious activities using the money earned through wrong livelihood. He does meritorious activities without reposing trust in karma and karmic outcomes. As a result of it, he would be born in a realm of suffering after death. Actually, he is truly an unfortunate person. A clever or capable person engages in meritorious activities whilst practicing the virtuous precepts. When he engages in meritorious activities, he makes it a note to practice the 5 precepts. When he engages in meritorious activities, he develops generosity, hatelessness, and undeludedness. He engages in meritorious activities using the money earned through right livelihood. He engages in meritorious activities perceiving the karma and karmic outcomes through wisdom. Such a person does not abstain from practicing virtuous precepts for whatever reason. He knows that if he does not practice virtue, he will end up in the 4 categories of hell mentioned in Buddhism. Therefore, he never engages in meritorious activities having created craving in form or name, sensation, Vedana, recognition, Sanya, volitional formations, Sanskara, and consciousness or Vijnana. He always engages in meritorious activities in a manner in which generosity, hatelessness, and undilutedness are developed. Lord Buddha preaches that such persons get births as gods and humans after death. During the times when the Lord Buddha was alive, there lived a pleasant god named Malabari in divine realm. It was a pleasant man who lived in Dhamma. At the time, it is a pleasant man who lived in Dhamma at that time that was born as Malabari in that divine realm. When he was a human being, he practiced virtuous precepts and engaged in meritorious activities. He developed roots of merit in his mind. He used the money earned through right livelihood to engage in those meritorious activities. He reposed trust in karma and karmic effects when he engaged in meritorious activities. After his death, he got his birth as a god in a divine realm by the name Malabari. Lord Buddha explains the luxuries received by this god named Malabari. Just as he is born in that divine realm, he gets 500 goddesses. Every morning, this god goes to the garden called Nandana in attendance with those 500 goddesses. Nandana garden is full of Madara flowers. The god sits on a beautiful seat that is arranged under Madara trees. 250 goddesses climb onto the flower trees and picks flowers. When they put down flowers, the remaining 250 goddesses collect those flowers and adorns the god with those flowers. That is the nature of the life of this god named Malabari. His wives adorn him with fragrant flowers all the time. What is the secret of getting this luxury? The secret is the effect of practicing virtuous precepts. It is the effect of performing meritorious activities having secured roots of merit. It is the effect of performing meritorious activities with the trust in karma and karmic effects. It is the effect of performing meritorious activities using the money earned through right livelihood. Now, look at the human world. See the number of beautiful volitional formations existing in this world. There are persons who lead wealthy, majestic lives. Look at the ones who lead majestic lives as heads of governments and ministries. So, what is the reason for being able to reach such status? Can all of us achieve such status? Devotees, this is not a status that can be achieved by all. This is a result of the cause and effect doctrine. Those who have achieved such status are the ones who engaged in meritorious activities whilst practicing the 5 precepts. They are the ones who performed meritorious activities with the trust on karma and karmic effect. At the same time, they are the ones who performed meritorious activities using the money earned through right livelihood. However, even if one may get such a majestic birth and lead a majestic life, he will end up with destruction if he does not listen to the Dhamma and practice Dhamma in that life. all the power, wealth, and positions that we get in this life are the effects of practicing precepts in the previous life. A clever person who understands this thinks even if he attains the mental stage of Sotapanna, he would have to go on this samsaric journey for another 7 births, and hence makes it a note to practice noble precepts more and more. He engages in meritorious activities commemorating the impermanence of the 5 aggregates of grasping. Visakha, a lay devotee who lived during the times of Buddha, followed that course of action. She engaged in more and more meritorious activities. She asked for 8 opportunities from Lord Buddha to fulfill the 4-fold needs, sivpase, of bhikkhus. She was able to practice precepts more and more through those opportunities. She enhanced her devotion for Dhamma. She commemorated the impermanence of the 5 aggregates of grasping. If one does not attain the mental stage of Sotapanna, he has to continue the sansaric journey. Even if he becomes a god or human being in the next birth, he has to look for luxury for his life. He wants longevity, fair complexion, luxury, and power for his life. If these 4 factors become weaker, he will never be able to develop wisdom. Therefore, he engages in meritorious activities, practicing precepts. He engages in meritorious activities, developing roots of merit. He engages in meritorious activities, using the money earned through right livelihood. By engaging in such meritorious activities, we can get beautiful births as gods or human beings in our next births. So, this is how the capable person conducts himself in this world. What does an incapable person do? He breaks precepts and goes to realms of suffering in his next birth. We may have met with Buddhist dispensations millions of times in our sansaric journey. However, during those periods of time, we were not clever enough to achieve at least the mental stage of Sotapanna. Why were we not able to achieve at least the mental stage of Sotapanna? Devotees, even if we were blessed with a great opportunity for that, we were not clever enough to do it. Now, you have got the opportunity of associating with great friends who show you the correct path. You can listen to Dhamma and commemorate Dhamma. It is only you who have been able to achieve such an opportunity. So, do not deprive yourself of this great opportunity. In this sansaric journey, we have met with Lord Buddha an innumerable number of times as per dependent origination. Just as this bhikkhu is preaching a Dhamma sermon to you at this place, Lord Buddhas also may have delivered Dhamma to you in this sansaric journey. Arhat Theros also may have delivered pleasant Dhamma sermons to you. Lord Buddha preaches to us that if one collected all the offerings of light that he might have made to Lord Buddha within this sansaric journey, to one single heap, that whole quantity of light would be more than the quantity of light emerging from the sun. Such a huge quantity of light has been offered by us to Lord Buddhas by lighting lamps. Lord Buddha preaches to us that if we collected the flowers offered by us to Lord Buddhas within this sansaric journey to one single heap. That heap of flowers would be bigger than the Gidjakuta mountain. However, all those volitional formations have faced the truth of impermanence. How many volitional formations may you have collected at this place? Since yesterday, you have been collecting such volitional formations. Thousands of devotees collected meritorious volitional formations at this holy place every day. However, ultimately, all those volitional formations become exhausted after making effect. As a result of such beautiful volitional formations, we were able to obtain the position of God Sakra in our previous births. We have become wealthy people in the samsaric journey. We have become kings in this samsaric journey. However, all those volitional formations came to an end after making their effect. Hence, you should not be attached to volitional formations at this moment. If your mind forms volitions wishing that you may become a god, a king, or a human being in the next birth, you should understand that all these volitional formations are impermanent. If you are able to think on that line, you are a capable person who can reap the fruits of this Buddhist dispensation. A capable person does not get attached to the volitional formations created by meritorious activities. He sees that all volitional formations are impermanent, whether they may be created for this life or the life after death. He achieves insight and wisdom, having understood the impermanence of the volitional formations. Therefore, he is the cleverest person within this Buddhist dispensation. You should develop this capability. It cannot be achieved through higher education, degrees, or by doing a higher job. You may be a person who leads a poor life. You may find it difficult to make ends meet in the day-to-day life. You have got such a helpless life due to the unwholesome volitional formations you created in the past. But if you can see the impermanence of those volitional formations, you will definitely become a capable person in this Buddhist dispensation. Lord Buddha has preached that getting a human life is a difficult task. It is a rare incident, just like a one-eyed turtle getting a chance to see the sky through the hole of a log. You have won such a challenge by being born as a human being. That challenge can truly be overcome only by a Sinhalese Buddhist. The aforesaid example regarding the difficulty of getting a human life is not about being born as an American national, a Russian national, or a Chinese national. What is difficult is to be born as a Sinhalese Buddhist, whose life will be meaningful through right view. You have been blessed with such a great birth. That birth should be strengthened by merits. It should be strengthened by virtues. It should be strengthened by roots of merit. It should be strengthened by the trust in karma and karmic effect. After strengthening your birth, as I said before, you look at the volitional formations created by virtue, merits, karma, and karmic effects, and the right livelihood with insight. You should understand the fact that all these volitional formations are impermanent. Therefore, you should not be attached to them. Then you can become a really capable person within this Buddhist dispensation. Such a capable person would not be attached to sensations. He would not be attached to the 7 factors of awakening namely mindfulness or sati, investigation or Dhamma vijaya, energy or virya, joy or rapture or priti, relaxation or tranquility, concentration or samadhi, and equanimity, or upekha. At this time, you may have been attached to joy or relaxation. However, this joy and relaxation are impermanent norms. A capable person always sees the impermanence of these norms. Thereby, he becomes a really capable person within this Buddhist dispensation. So, you should be capable enough to make the virtue and roots of merits strong, do meritorious activities, and develop insight and wisdom, having understood the impermanence of these volitional formations. When we develop insight and go along this path of Dhamma, we should get a target. What is our target? Actually, we had a number of previous births at which we met with Buddhist dispensations. But we did not have a target in those births. If we had developed such a target by this time, we could have been able to achieve the mental stage of Sotapanna. Unfortunately, we did not develop such a beautiful target. Devotees, in previous births, we were always attached to sensations. By practicing virtues, we were attached to sensation. By giving alms, we were attached to sensations. By developing concentration, we were attached to sensation. By developing loving kindness, we were attached to sensations. We did not develop any target beyond that in our lives. There, you devotees, develop a target in this beautiful life of yours. What is the target that you should have? Lord Buddha preaches that there are 5 great deaths in this Buddhist dispensation. All these 5 deaths exist only in the Buddhist dispensation. These 5 great deaths are not prevalent in any other religion. Lord Buddha preaches to us to have a target to obtain one of these 5 great deaths. What are the greatest deaths in this world? The death of an Arahat Thero is a great death. We call it parinirvana, or blowing out. When an Arahat Thero passes away, his consciousness blows out as he has. When an Arahat Thero passes away, his consciousness blows out as he has eliminated his volitional formations. Think of a conflagration of fire. As long as the firewood exists, the conflagration also exists. When you put more and more firewood, the conflagration also grows up. However, when all the firewood is exhausted, the conflagration would extinguish itself. Likewise, the consciousness of the Arahat Thero who has eliminated volitional formations would blow out at the time he passes away. We know that attachment begets becoming, and becoming begets birth. This norm ceases when the Arahat Thero passes away. That is why the death or the passing away of an Arahat Thero is considered as the first great death in the Buddhist dispensation. The second great death in the Buddhist dispensation is the death of the great person who has attained the mental stage of Angamani. The second great death in the Buddhist dispensation is the death of the great person who has attained the mental stage of Anagami. He has eliminated the belief in self, attachment to rites and rituals, skeptical doubts, sensual desire, and ill will. However, some speck of craving is left in him for the five aggregates of grasping. Though he has eliminated sensual desire and ill will, though he has eliminated sensual desire and ill will, this little amount of craving exists in him. The person who has attained the mental stage of anagami, the person who has attained the mental stage of anagami gets only one rebirth after his birth as per dependent origination in the sansaric journey. Subsequent to that birth, he will not get any other birth. So the death of an anagami person is considered as the second great death in the Buddhist dispensation. At the same time, there is a third noble death in the Buddhist dispensation. It is the death of a person who has attained the mental stage of Sakrudagami in the Buddhist dispensation. A Sakrudagami person has eliminated the belief in self, skeptical doubts, belief in rites and rituals. He has lesser amounts of sensual desire and ill will. According to an example cited by Lord Buddha, these defilements exist in a Sakrudagami person like embers under ash. Devotees, embers may exist under ash, but they are not visible. If you attain the mental stage of Sakrudagami at a moment like this, you have little amounts of sensual desire and ill will in you. But it is not seen by the external society. However, you know yourself that these defilements do exist in you in little amounts. A person who has attained the mental stage of Sakrudagami gets maximum of 2 rebirths in this sansaric journey. The Lord Buddha preaches that such a person would not get a third birth after he has attained that mental stage. So, the death of a Sakrudagami person is the third great death in the Buddhist dispensation. At the same time, there is a fourth noble death in the Buddhist dispensation. It is the death of a person who has attained the mental stage of Sotapanna. He has eliminated belief in self, skeptical doubts, belief in rites and rituals. However, the defilement of sensual desire and ill will are prominent in his mind. He may engage in a livelihood. The reason is that sensual desire and ill will are prominent in his mind. A person who has attained the mental stage of Sotapanna makes only a maximum of 7 rebirths in this sansaric journey or in this cycle of rebirths after this current birth of his. There will not be an 8th rebirth of his after this birth. So the death of a person who has attained the Sotapanna mental stage is the 4th greatest death in this world. Then, devotees, there is a 5th great death in this Buddhist dispensation. It is the death of 2 persons who are called Saddhanusari person and Dhammanusari person. Then, who are these Saddhanusari and Dhammanusari persons? Actually, they are the ones who have entered the path leading to the mental stage of Sotapanna. If one has attained the mental stage of Sotapanna, he would have developed 5 spiritual faculties named faith, effort, mindfulness, concentration, and wisdom in similar capacities. However, Saddhanusari and Dhammanusari persons have not yet been able to develop these 5 spiritual faculties in similar capacities. However, if you develop faith in the noble triple gem of Buddha, Dhamma, and Sangha, and if you accept the meaning of right view, and if you try to be established on virtues, you will surely be one out of the two persons named Saddhanusari person and Dhammanusari person. How can we identify a Saddhanusari person? There's a person who engages in meritorious activities with faith in the Noble Triple Gem. He offers alms. He observes sil. He develops loving kindness. He engages in meditation. He makes much effort in doing these meritorious activities. He has such faith and effort inculcated in his mind that he sometimes gets up at about 3 in the morning to prepare alms. Then, what does he hope to achieve by doing these meritorious activities? He wishes that he could be a god in the next birth. He wishes a beautiful life as a human being in his next birth. His wish is to attain Nibbana after listening to Dhamma from Maitri Buddha. This is a person who has both faith and effort. However, he uses these two faculties to see the permanence of volitional formations. Though he has faith and effort, he does not use them for developing wisdom. He is a person who is attached to volitional formations. Devotees, we call such a person a Saddhanusari person. Then, who is a Dhammanusari person? A Dhammanusari person knows the Dhamma well. He talks about Dhamma. He engages in Dhamma discussions. He keeps records on Dhamma. He is very clever in memorizing Sutra Dhammas. He can chant Pirith. Even though he has such a lot of faculties, what is his wish? He wishes that he may become a god, a Brahma, or a human being in his next birth. Does he see the impermanence of the volitional formations? Devotees, he does not see the impermanence of the volitional formations. Even though he is well versed in Dhamma, he is attached to the volitional formations created through it. That is why he is called a Dhammanusari person. Then, if you are a Dhammanusari person or a Saddhanusari person, what should you do? What is the greatest help that you can offer yourself then? Actually, this is the help that you should offer yourself. You should make effort to attain the mental stage of Sotapanna. How can you do it? Lord Buddha preaches that you should develop the spiritual faculties of faith, effort, and mindfulness. The spiritual faculty of mindfulness is a causative effect. What is the cause of that effort? The cause is the association with great friends, the act of listening to Dhamma, and the act of commemorating Dhamma. Mindfulness is created through that cause. Therefore, devotees, you should strengthen the spiritual faculty of mindfulness. If the spiritual faculty of mindfulness is weak, you will be compelled to see volitional formations as a permanent thing. So, you should always have the companionship of great friends. You should remind Dhamma. You should see the danger of the sansaric journey or the cycle of rebirths. You should see the suffering of the 5 aggregates of grasping. You should do meritorious activities with much effort and see the impermanence of the volitional formations created in your mind. Everything is impermanent. Even Lord Buddha is impermanent. There are times when Lord Buddhas are not living. In such times, even this Dhamma is not prevalent. Impermanence is common for everything. Therefore, you should never be attached to volitional formations. Always see the impermanence of volitional formations. Develop faith and effort to go along the path leading to the mental stage of Sotapanna. Then wisdom will be created in your mind. If you are not able to attain the mental stage of Sotapanna, you continuously go along the path leading to that stage. That is the nature of two great persons called Saddhanusari person and Dhammanusari person. However, you should keep in mind that the Lord Buddha does not give an assurance to the Saddhanusari person and the Dhammanusari person to the effect that they are freed from the fear of the four realms of hell. That assurance is given only to the person who has attained the mental stage of Sotapanna. A Sotapanna person will get only 7 rebirths after this life, as per the doctrine of dependent origination. That assurance is not available to a Saddhanusari person or a Dhammanusari person. Even if you are a Saddhanusari person or a Dhammanusari person, if some root of sin comes into your mind at deathbed, you will end up in the 4 realms of hell. King Kosal's consort, Kosala Mallika, led a Saddhanusari or Dhammanusari life. However, she had not attained the mental stage of Sotapanna. She was a queen who had made a certain offering called Asadisiddhana to the Lord Buddha. She was a consort who had engaged in a number of meritorious activities. However, at her last moment, she remembered an occasion when she had breached a precept of virtue. As a result of cause and effect doctrine, she was born again in an animal family of worms. Now you see that she fell into one of the 4 realms of hell. She had to suffer there for a period of 1 week. So, devotees, you see the danger of this sansaric journey. Even if you had become a Saddhanusari or Dhammanusari person, you would still face the danger of falling into the 4 realms of suffering. So the danger is still within us. We know that some people breach the precepts of virtue in the society. Roots of sin named craving, hatred, ignorance has always come into our minds. We do not know what sort of death we may have to face. That will be decided by the volitional formations collected by us. Therefore, we have to be vigilant. I know that you have surely become a Dhammanusari person or a Saddhanusari person by now. Now, you should try to achieve the great mental stage called Sotapanna. Devotees, you have now realized that there are 4 great deaths in this Buddhist dispensation. Those who face these great deaths never be born again. Those who face these 4 great deaths will never fall into the 4 realms of suffering. However, we still make our death the cause of yet another death. We still make our deaths yet another funeral. Devotees, Lord Buddha made his death a great celebration. Arahat Sariputta made his death a great celebration. So, you touch your conscience and ask the question, when you can make your death a celebration? We are discussing this Dhamma after 2,600 years since the passing away of the Lord Buddha. So if you become clever enough to attain the mental stage of Sotapanna within this life, your death will also become a great celebration. Therefore, as I reminded you earlier, you engage yourself in meritorious activities. Develop the insightful knowledge in you. Be firmly resolved to achieve one of the 4 great deaths which I mentioned earlier. Why have we not been able to achieve one of those 4 great deaths yet? According to Lord Buddha, we have not been able to do it as we do not possess one important thing. What is it? That is the awareness of the 4 noble truths. Lord Buddha comes to this world after completing 10 perfections for a period of 4 lakhs of eons. Lord Buddha has come to this world to preach the 4 noble truths to us. So, what is the true meaning of the advent of Lord Buddha? It is true that we should develop loving kindness. It is true that we should engage in meritorious activities. However, the message given by Lord Buddha is that we should understand the 4 noble truths. All the meritorious activities that we do in this world should be through the insight into the 4 noble truths. In that manner, we should see the real meaning of the advent of Lord Buddha. What is the first noble truth preached by Lord Buddha? The first truth delivered by Lord Buddha is the truth of suffering. Lord Buddha preaches to us that birth, old age, diseases, death, grief, separation from the loved ones, association with unfavorite ones, and the thought of considering the 5 aggregates of grasping as a permanent thing are all suffering. We have to see the 4 noble truths preached by Lord Buddha through our lives. How can we do it? Now look at the first noble truth. We all know that the suffering of the birth, diseases, old age, death, grief, separation from the loved ones, association with the unfavorite ones, and the thought of considering the 5 aggregates of grasping as permanent is truly established in our lives. We all undergo that suffering all the time. At every instant, the 5 aggregates of grasping, namely form, sensation, recognition, volitional formations, and consciousness, create suffering in us. So we all can understand the fact that there is suffering in this world. We need not go around the world to understand the truth of suffering. We can perceive it through the lives of ours. Our eyes undergo old age, disease, and death. Our ears, our tongues, our noses, and our bodies undergo old age, diseases, and death. We have to understand this truth from within ourselves at the first instance. Then, think that even the external forms that we see also under the same consequences. Then, think that even the external forms that we see also under the same consequences. They also undergo old age, diseases, and death. If we consider these volitional formations as permanent, we create grief and sorrow in us when those volitional formations undergo old age, diseases, and death. This is the first noble truth delivered by Lord Buddha. Then, look at the second noble truth. If there is suffering, there should be a cause for the origination of that suffering. What is the cause of suffering? Lord Buddha preaches that craving is the cause of suffering. You should see this truth through your life. Craving emerges from you, causing suffering. We create craving for forms that we see and consider that volitional formations as a permanent thing. We create craving for sensations and consider that volitional formations as a permanent thing. We create craving for recognitions we make and consider the volitional formation as a permanent thing. We consider that this consciousness is a permanent thing, but when it is not so, we undergo suffering. We should perceive suffering from within ourselves. An intelligent person does not accuse others for the suffering that he may undergo. He does not envy others, hate others, or do mischief on others when suffering is formed in him. He does not consume liquor when suffering is formed in him. He does not commit suicide when suffering is formed in him. He does not quarrel with his wife on such occasions. What he does is that he inquires into the cause of this suffering. He understands that suffering is created in him as he creates craving for forms he sees. He understands that suffering is created in him as he creates craving for the sensations he makes. He understands that suffering is created in him as he considers the recognitions he makes and the volitional formations he creates to be permanent. In this manner, he sees the cause of suffering from within him. He understands that the cause of suffering is craving. So, devotees, this is how we can see the second noble truth through our lives. Then, look at the third noble truth. An intelligent person understands through wisdom that suffering is enabled within himself. He learns that the cause of that suffering is craving. Then he looks into the fact what he should do to eliminate that suffering. He understands that he should eliminate craving if he wants to eliminate suffering. This is the third noble truth. Lord Buddha preaches to us that if suffering is created in us, the cause of the suffering is craving, which also exists in us. In the third noble truth, Lord Buddha explains to us that if we want to eliminate suffering, we should eliminate craving. Now, you touch your conscience and ask this question. When suffering is created in you, what do you do? Do you try to attenuate craving when suffering is created in you? Do you try to attenuate the craving for forms, sensations, recognitions, volitional formations, and consciousness when suffering is created in you? The factor of suffering is strongly established in the society at present. Everywhere we see suffering, grief, and disappointment. We do not find comfort at any place. However, devotees, did you ever understand that the cause of that suffering and disappointment is craving? It is the torrent of craving that emanated from the eyes, ears, nose, tongues, bodies, and minds of the politicians and other lay citizens of this country that established the suffering, which I mentioned earlier. In this society, but, devotees, most of you do not understand that reality. We have to understand that the craving which is created in us creates suffering in us. We should attenuate craving to get rid of suffering. We should enter the path of attenuating that craving. Therefore, devotees, if suffering is created in you, you see the impermanence of the volitional formations created in you at every moment, then you can attenuate suffering. This is the third noble truth. Then you should understand the fourth noble truth. What is the fourth noble truth? Now, you have seen that there is suffering in this world. You know the cause of the suffering is the craving that is created in you. Similarly, you know that if you want to eliminate suffering, you should eliminate craving. Then, devotees, what is the path leading to that cessation of suffering? Lord Buddha has preached to us the beautiful, noble, eightfold path leading to the cessation of suffering. Devotees, what do we do as bhikkhus throughout the whole day, from morning up to night? What do bhikkhunis and lay devotees do walking along the noble path of Dhamma? We all are following the noble eightfold path to eliminate the suffering in our lives. If we walk along the true path of eliminating the suffering, we can see our lives through the four noble truths. We should think of the reason why we have not yet been able to understand these four noble truths delivered by Lord Buddha. Lord Buddha has preached to us a beautiful, eternal Dhamma in a simple manner. However, we have not been able to attain the mental stage of Sotapanna, Sakrudagami, Anagami, and Arahat. We have to inquire into the fact why we have not been able to add these four noble truths to our lives. Devotees, we have not yet properly understood what suffering is. We have not been able to properly understand the suffering of these five aggregates of grasping and the suffering found in the four realms of suffering, which the five aggregates of grasping may bring to us. When Lord Buddha explains suffering to us, it is the suffering of the four realms of suffering which is mainly highlighted. There are four realms of suffering, namely the hungry ghost realm, animal realm, asura realm, and hell realm. Only the animal realm out of these four realms of suffering is visible to us, to be seen with our naked eyes. If we want to see the realm of hungry ghosts, the hell realm, or the realm of asura, we have to develop the special faculties of Chutupapata Jnana, which gives us the ability to see how beings pass away and be born according to their karmic actions. And also, the Pubbeni Vanusati Jnana, which gives the ability to get the vision of our own and other beings' previous lives. Until we obtain such faculties, we have to develop the faith in Lord Buddha and Dhamma to walk on the path of Dhamma. We know that animal realm is prevalent in this world. We see different animals such as dogs, cats, cattle, goats, and elephants. Devotees, all these animals too had been born as humans in their previous lives. However, they did not practice virtues when they were human beings. They did not offer alms. They did not develop loving kindness. They did not engage in meritorious activities. They only lived a mundane life, consuming delicious food, having favorite drinks, and spending time to enjoy themselves. Ultimately, where did they end up after death? They entered this animal realm after their deaths. What is the reason for it? They did not have the power of virtue. When the power of virtue is not available, sense organs become uncontrolled. Then, the concentration of the mind is lost. As a result of that, the last thought before their deaths are formed by the five mental hindrances called sensual desire, anger, boredom, restlessness, worry, and doubt. That is how they fall into the animal realm. When one falls into the animal realm, he loses belief in karma and its effect. He does not know what is right and what is wrong. He cannot identify his mother or father. He does not differentiate between good acts and evil acts. He engages in unwholesome activities continuously. However, all these animals are the ones who had been born as human beings in their previous lives. When they were human beings, they did not think of a rebirth. They had not done any meritorious activity to be remembered at their last moment. Therefore, they had to be born again as animals. Lord Buddha, at a time, asked a question like this from a group of bhikkhus. O bhikkhus, is it the volume of blood which flowed away when your necks were cut down in your previous births as animals, or the volume of water in the great ocean? Which is bigger? The bhikkhus to whom this question was posed were not ones who had developed wisdom. They were only Saddhanusari and Dhammanusari bhikkhus who were only going along the path of Dhamma. So they kept silent. At that moment, Lord Buddha preached to them that the volume of blood which flowed away when their necks were cut down in their previous births as animals is bigger than the volume of water in the great ocean. Now, you close up your eyes. Concentrate your mind on the huge volume of water in that great ocean. Imagine that the volume of water in the ocean is a volume of blood. If so, that volume of blood you imagined is the volume of blood that flowed away when your neck was cut in your previous births as animals. Even the consort of King Kosol, Queen Mallika, fell into the realm of animals. She was also born as a worm after her death. That is how the doctrine of dependent origination works. So, you should create fear for this animal realm. If you create such fear, you will never make a living through animals. If you fall into the realm of animals, there will be no escape from it for eons. Lord Buddha preaches to us about hungry ghosts as well. The realm of hungry ghosts, too, is associated with the human world. The population of hungry ghosts is bigger than the population of human beings. According to Dhamma, the more the hungry ghost has done unwholesome activities in his previous life, the more distorted will be his shape. Some hungry ghosts begin to vomit as soon as they are born as hungry ghosts through abiogenesis. Some hungry ghosts vomit blood if they consume a bit of phlegm or snot. The next moment, they will vomit it. They cannot appease hunger by consuming food. This is the consequence of preventing offerings being made to the Mahasangha in their previous births. They advocated that alms should not be given to bhikkhus. Neither they gave alms to bhikkhus, nor they let others offer alms to bhikkhus. That is why they suffer bitterly in this realm of hungry ghosts. In the realm of hungry ghosts, there are ones who had stolen the property of others in their previous births. These hungry ghosts compensate for the acts of stealing that they had committed in the previous births. If they found a plate of rice to appease their hunger, that would disappear as soon as they get ready to consume it. They go near a pond of water to slake their thirst. But as soon as they try to drink water, that pond of water disappears. See the gravity of consequences of that unwholesome activity. In their previous births, they stole the wealth of others. They stole the wealth that belonged to Mahasangha. They stole the property of virtuous people. The retribution of that offense is that they lose everything that they receive in this birth as hungry ghosts. Their tongues and mouths have putrefied. These hungry ghosts had told lies using bad language and talked futile words when they were human beings in their previous lives. At the same time, if any human being who had engaged in sensual misconduct is born as a hungry ghost, through the process of abiogenesis, his whole body becomes putrefied. They go towards other hungry ghosts, asking them to fulfill their sensual desires. But no one would satisfy their sensual desires. They would live in the realm of hungry ghosts without having any opportunity to get their sensual desires fulfilled. So this is the nature of the fearsome realm of hungry ghosts, which is also associated with this human world. Then, Lord Buddha preaches about the world of asuras as well. This realm is associated with the ocean. If anyone dies, with the attachment towards the ocean, he will be born as an asura in the ocean. He likes the ocean and finds pleasure in living in the ocean. We know that there are a lot of fishermen in our world. At the same time, there are a lot of both local and foreign travelers who find pleasure in ocean and ocean water. We see a lot of people who find pleasure in bathing in the sea. If you get attached to ocean so much, you may remember it at your last moment and may get a rebirth as an asura who lives in the ocean. Just like a diver finding pleasure by diving in the ocean, an asura also will be immersed in the ocean, taking it as the greatest pleasure in the world. This is his attachment. Lord Buddha preaches about the hell realm as well. Lord Buddha explains about 128 hells in the discourses delivered by him. Understand the fact that the number of hells is huge. But how many pleasurable, sensuous realms exist? There are 7 sensuous realms. They are Tusitaya, Yamaya, Nimmanaratiya, Paranimmitaya, Vasavartiya, Tavatinsaya, Chaturmaha Rajikaya, and the human world. At the same time, there are 5 material and immaterial Brahma realms. These realms are associated with sensual desires, mindfulness, and wisdom. You think of the fact what realms you find most. Are the realms of suffering or the pleasurable, sensuous realms that you find most? Are meritorious acts or sinful acts which are prevalent more in the world? In this world, the opportunities that one may get to perform sinful acts are great in number. That is why 128 hells exist. What is hell? It is not a realm that can be found in this human world. There are humans who are weak in right view. They say that both the hell realm and the divine realm exist in this very human world. They say so because they are weak in right view. But Lord Buddha explained in the discourses about the hell realm, having seen it through Pubbe Nivanusatiñana and Chutupajnana. Lord Buddha preaches that the hell realm exists 10,000 miles underneath the ground. A range of volcanoes which can be found 10,000 miles underneath the ground can be explained as the hell realm. It is not a realm created by someone. It has not been created by Brahma or the king of the hell or the soldiers of the hell. You know that in this human world we find natural environmental zones. There are environmental zones where snow is found in huge amounts. There are areas in which you find only deserts. These areas have not been created by anyone. These areas are not maintained by anyone. They also are a part and parcel of the 4 great elements which the objects in this world are made of. Likewise, the hell realm, which is 10,000 miles underneath the ground, is also a natural environmental zone. That environmental zone is one whole range of volcanoes. Lord Buddha preaches that there are 2 hell realms named Chatuskanya and Chatusdwara. There's a range of volcanoes in those 2 hell realms. According to Dhamma discourses, there's a huge iron wall around these 2 hell realms. Those who are weak in right view ask questions as to how these iron walls have been made. They ask who have taken iron there to make those walls. Devotees, we should understand the reality. These hell realms are not maintained by anyone. The iron wall has been made up of the lava which flows out of the volcanoes. These two hell realms have been surrounded by the strong iron wall which is made of lava. Sometimes a human being in this human world may do sinful activities. At his last moment, sinful thoughts are created in his mind. Sometimes we see some patients who are on the deathbed making huge cries saying that he is being burnt. Doctors and nurses give water to him. After shouting like that, he dies. What happens next? He gets a rebirth in the hell realm through the process of abiogenesis. Once one is born in hell realm, which is full of fire, his lifespan will only be 1 second. He dies in that hell realm. But once again, he is born there at the next moment. So he continuously undergoes this process of birth and death in the hell realm. Now, you close up your eyes and think of this fact for a moment. Lord Buddha has preached here about the suffering that your 5 aggregates of grasping underwent during the previous births. If we are unable to attain the mental stage of Sotapanna, we will have to undergo this kind of suffering in our next births as well. You think of the fact that both you and I might have undergone suffering in hell realms for thousands of years. There, we all might have been burnt by the fire and been born again. Continuously, we might have undergone that suffering. Another moment of suffering is the occasion when this eon comes to an end. This eon will come to an end after the dispensation of Maitri Buddha is over. Both you and I might have faced such occasions of the ends of aeons thousands and thousands of times in this sansaric journey. When the aeon is going to be over, 7 stars rise up. Then the whole human community will be over. They will be burnt in the sun. They will die in the sun without food to eat. Hate will be filled in their minds. After death, they will be born as hungry ghosts and evil spirits. When 7 stars rise up in this world, the maximum lifespan of creatures living here will only be 1 second. However, after death, they will be born again here. Continuously, they will undergo the process of death and birth in this world, which is burned by 7 stars. Lord Buddha preaches that you and I might have faced such occasions thousands and thousands of times in this sansaric journey. Now see the dreadfulness of this world of 5 aggregates of grasping. You have not sensed this fear yet. That is why you smile. You get angered for some reason because you have not sensed the fear of this sansaric journey, at least in a decimal point. If you do not attain the mental stage of Sotapanna, your next 5 aggregates of grasping will be open to the suffering which I explained earlier. A creature who has suffered in the hell realm of Chatuskanna and Chatusdwara for aeons and aeons might see a hole in the wall which surrounds the hell realm one day. This creature jumps through that hole in order to escape from that hell realm. When he jumps from that hell realm, he falls into another hell realm called hot ash realm. It is not a hell created by someone by spreading hot ash. The lava which emanated from the volcanoes is spread in this hell realm, making it a place on which no one can set foot. This creature which falls into that hell realm gets burnt there. It dies with hatred and is born there again. He undergoes the suffering in that hell realm for thousands and thousands of years. This creature jumps from that hot ash hell realm into another hell realm called Guda hell realm. A kind of worms with sharp suckers live in this hell realm. There are lakhs of such worms in it, and these worms eat the skin, flesh, and the bones of that creature until he dies. But this creature is born in that hell realm again through abiogenesis. This creature undergoes the suffering in this hell realm for eons, making huge cries when it is unable to bear the pain. Now, you close up your eyes and think of this suffering. Both you and I have undergone this suffering in our sansaric journey for thousands and thousands of years. Understand that suffering with your intellect. Then this creature falls into a hell realm called Imul forest. What is this Imul forest? In our childhood, our parents advised us not to tell lies. They advised us that if we told lies, we would be taken to the hell and asked by the soldiers there to climb a thorny tree. They frightened us that there is a thorny tree made by the soldiers in the hell, and we will be forced to climb it if we go to the hell having done misdeeds such as telling lies. Such a fact is not mentioned in the discourses delivered by Lord Buddha. However, we believed what our mother told us then. However, the discourses delivered by Lord Buddha is mentioned about the Imul forest. It is the natural system of trees found in the hell realm. Every tree in this Imul forest has thorns all over it. These trees have not been created by anyone. Think of the trees that can be found in the dry zone in our country. Those trees are thorny because those trees have to withstand the hot climate. Likewise, every tree in the Imul forest is thorny. The ground of the Imul forest is very hot. You go to the sheet of stone near Swarnamali Mahasaya at 12 noon. You cannot walk there without slippers. That is the nature of the environment, even in a holy place like this. Then you can imagine the nature of the hell where there is no rain. There are no water springs. So the creature which falls into that place runs here and there to get away from that heat. When he runs here and there, he gets caught up in the thorns and his skin is torn. His flesh is torn. Even bones are torn. He dies there, but is born there again and again. The creature falls into another hell called Asipatra forest from the Imul forest. At this place, there are trees which have leaves like sharp knives. Even here, this creature tries to run here and there to get away from the heat. When he runs, his organs are cut off by the sharp leaves. Sometimes his nose is cut. At a time, his neck is cut. At a time, his body is cut. This creature dies when his organs are cut like this, but he is born again and again there. From the Asipath hell, the creature falls into the Sharodaka hell. This is the system of rivers and canals in the hell. In our human world, there are rivers like Ganga, Yamuna, Sarabu, Achiravati, and Mahi. In our country, there are rivers such as Mahaveli, Kalani, Vallave. These rivers are filled with rainwater. However, in hell, there is no rainwater. There are no water springs. The rivers and canals in hell are filled with acidic water. This creature jumps into this Sharodaka river to drink water to get its thirst slaked. But what does he have to drink? He has to drink acidic water. His tongue gets burned, bowels get burned. As a result, he dies there, but is born again and again there. Even at this moment, there are scores of such creatures undergoing suffering in this hell realm. Therefore, devotees, you have to understand the suffering which is found in these hell realms. You should not be attached to 5 aggregates of grasping furthermore. Whenever you get attracted to these attachments, you get shrouded by this risk of getting into the hell. Lord Buddha has preached like this: O bhikkhus, you have an ancestral home. Do you know what it is? If I ask you this question, what will be your answer? Immediately, you will say that it is the house you got inherited from your father or mother. Lord Buddha does not call it the ancestral home. You will own that home for a maximum period of 50 years. So actually, it is not your ancestral home. Lord Buddha describes the 4 realms suffering as your ancestral home. There is no inch of space in the 128 hell realms on which we have not set our feet. We have undergone the suffering in the realms of suffering for aeons and aeons. This is how we have undergone suffering in our previous births. Lord Buddha preaches to us to understand the real suffering prevalent in this world. If you understand that suffering, will you ever be able to smile? Lord Buddha preaches like this: I do not mind if you be happy. I do not mind if you enjoy yourself. I do not mind you getting pleasure in life. But I advise you not to be attached to pleasure. I advise you not to be attached to the pleasure of forms. This pleasure is so short, but its consequences are so long. As a result of these long consequences, we suffer in the hell realms for aeons. So when you enjoy yourself, you should be mindful. When you get pleasure in life, it should be done with the presence of mind. If any mistake occurs, a fearsome suffering will be created. Now, we were able to see the suffering existing in the samsaric life. We saw the suffering through the 4 noble truths. Why do creatures suffer in the 4 realms of suffering for aeons? Why do creatures fall into the 4 realms of suffering? There are no 2 reasons for it. Only one reason is prevalent for it. The craving for the 4 aggregates of grasping is the reason for this suffering. See how beautifully Lord Buddha has explained to us the cause for creatures to suffer in the 4 realms of suffering. Craving created for forms, attachments and contacts. Craving created for recognitions. Craving created for volitional formations. Craving created for consciousness creates suffering in us. So, what should we do to escape from these 4 realms of suffering? Only one solution is available for it. What is the path for the escape from this suffering? Lord Buddha preaches that the only path available for us to escape from this suffering is the Noble Eightfold Path. So, we should see it through the 4 noble truths, and we should use the whole strength of our lives to go along the Noble Eightfold Path. Devotees, we all should repose trust in one thing. Our belief should not be reposed on politicians. We need not repose trust on the person who would become the next leader. Instead, we should repose trust only in the Noble Eightfold Path. So, If you want to eliminate the suffering of the five aggregates of grasping, your belief should be reposed only in the Noble Eightfold Path. You should understand the strength of the Noble Eightfold Path. You should follow the Noble Eightfold Path. If you want to follow the Noble Eightfold Path, first of all, you should become a great friend of yourself. For that, you should become a humble person. It is an essential factor to attain the mental stage of Sotapanna. If you want to attain the mental stage of Sotapanna, there is one particular element you should get rid of from the mind. That is the defilement of self-view. You should eliminate your attachment to the self. If you want to eliminate the attachment to the self, you should make humility your great friend. Any person who is not humble cannot advance on the path of this Dhamma. Therefore, you should always be humble. Never try to be a preacher, but try to be a good listener. Do not try to be the first, but instead you should be clever to be the last. Take examples from the world. Let the world have its own way. But you direct yourself to the path of Dhamma. If you want to direct yourself to the path of Dhamma, it is essential for you to become a great friend to yourself. Always be humble and always become a good listener. Secondly, you should be grateful to yourself. How can you become grateful to yourself? Think of the fact whether you have become grateful to yourself. You may be grateful to your father and mother. You may be grateful to your spouse. You may be grateful to the society. But are you grateful to yourself? You touch your conscience and ask that question. Devotees, you have not yet become grateful to yourself. If you had become grateful to yourself, you should have attained the mental stage of Sotapanna by this time. Any person who has not attained the mental stage of Sotapanna cannot say that he has been grateful to himself. A simple mistake may take you a long journey in the realms of hell for aeons. So, you become grateful to yourself and try to attain the mental stage of Sotapanna before you die, in order to escape from the suffering of the samsaric journey. Next, you should be grateful to Lord Buddha. Lord Buddha fulfilled perfections for aeons in the samsaric journey in order to show us the path of attaining the higher mental stages. If you have not been able to attain the mental stage of Sotapanna, you have not yet been grateful to any Lord Buddha that you met in this samsaric journey. So, you should not be a debtor to Lord Buddha. Lord Buddha has fulfilled the 10 perfections for 4 lakhs of aeons to show us the path leading to higher mental stages. Lord Buddha expected that you would develop insightful knowledge. Lord Buddha did not expect that you would be attached to volitional formations that extend the formations of birth. If you become a great friend of yourself, if you become humble, if you become grateful to Lord Buddha, you will advance from ignorance to wisdom. Then you will be able to associate with the great friends in the Buddhist dispensation. Who is the great friend in this Buddhist dispensation? Our only great friend is Lord Buddha. On the occasion when Lord Buddha passed away, he preached like this: Ananda, after I pass away, the Dhamma delivered by me and the discipline shown by me will be your teacher. So, devotees, we have a living religious teacher. The Dhamma and discipline are our religious teacher. So we are not forlorn. We are not helpless. We have the refuge of the living religious teacher of discipline, Sutra Dhamma and Abhidhamma. Therefore, you consider that the Mahasangha who preach this Dhamma correctly and perfectly are a great friend. When you look for great friends, you have to be vigilant. The lay society undergoes a huge danger when identifying great friends. What is the reason for it? The reason is the disobedience to the Lord Buddha. You should always look at the Dhamma delivered by Lord Buddha. Understand the Dhamma properly. Lord Buddha has never preached us to go in search of bhikkhus who have attained the mental stages of Sotapanna, Sakurdagami, Anagami, or Arhat in order to find great friends. We are not able to identify the persons who have attained such mental stages. Only Lord Buddha is able to see the fact whether a certain person has attained some higher mental stage or not. But what does our society do? Our society is going in search of bhikkhus who have attained the mental stages of Sotapanna, Sakurdagami, Anagami, or Arhat to find great friends. The Mahasangha is branded in various manners for this purpose. As a result, the Sangha community has been plunged into a huge difficulty. Lord Buddha preaches to us that we should look at the Mahasangha as one single Sangha community. The Sangha community does exist in this world in order to establish this Buddhist dispensation in this world. The purpose of the Mahasangha is not to make lay society lost in the dream world of Sotapanna, Sakurdagami, Anagami, or Arahat. The Sangha community does exist to establish the Four Noble Truths in the Buddhist dispensation. Therefore, Lord Buddha preaches to us that we should look at Mahasangha as one single Sangha community. We should not try to label the bhikkhus in the Sangha community as Sotapanna bhikkhus and Arhat bhikkhus. If we try to do it, we only add ignorance to our minds. When the Lord Buddha was staying at Jetavanarama, a certain Brahmin used to come there at 10 in the morning every day. After coming there, he was thoroughly examining the posture of bhikkhus staying there. Some bhikkhus were meditating having sat on the ground. Some other bhikkhus were meditating walking to and fro. The Brahmin was closely studying these bhikkhus. Lord Buddha noticed what the Brahmin was doing. Lord Buddha summoned him and asked him what he was looking for. The Brahmin answered like this: "Oh, the enlightened one, there is an almsgiving at my home. I'm looking for 10 Arahat bhikkhus to be conducted to my place to that almsgiving." On that occasion, Lord Buddha advised that Brahmin in this manner: "Brahmin, how are you able to identify Arahat bhikkhus? Do not do foolish acts. Invite any 10 bhikkhus whom you meet once you enter the temple premises and respectfully conduct them to your house and offer alms on behalf of the Sangha community." That is what we call faith, devotees. If you engage in meritorious activities without having faith, only the elements of craving, hatred, and ignorance will be developed in your mind. Therefore, you should not deviate from the Dhamma delivered by Lord Buddha. If you see a bhikkhu walking on the road, make offerings to him on behalf of the Sangha community. It may be a toffee or some candy. What is important is not what you offer, but the fact whether you offer it for the whole Sangha community or not. That is how you should establish amity in the Sangha community. On the contrary, if this lunacy of going in search of bhikkhus who have attained higher mental stages is injected into the society, the whole Buddhist dispensation will be put into disrepute. Therefore, when you look for great friends, you have to be mindful. Consider Mahasangha as one single Sangha community. Don't look at Mahasangha with self-view. If you do so, it will only add sins and ignorance to your lives. Not only that, you will also contribute to the greatest unwholesome act of making this great Buddhist dispensation disappear. Therefore, you consider the Mahasangha as your great friend. Lord Buddha preaches to us to look into the Dhamma before we accept it. We need not accept Dhamma because of the fact that it is delivered by Lord Buddha. We need not accept Dhamma because of the fact that it is preached by a powerful bhikkhus with a lot of disciples. We should look into Dhamma with our intellect, and if it is agreeable to us, we should accept that Dhamma. That is the preaching of Lord Buddha. We should see the correct Sutra Dhamma, discipline and Abhidhamma preached by the Lord Buddha with our intellect. We have to align the Dhamma with our life with mindfulness. We should align that Dhamma with the 5 aggregates of grasping that belong to the present, past, and the future. When we remind Dhamma with intellect, we will be able to see the 4 noble truths. Then we can see suffering through our lives. We can see the cause of suffering or craving through our lives. We can see the cessation of suffering through our lives. Next, we can see the Noble Eightfold Path. We cannot see any other life which is away from the Noble Eightfold Path. Both mundane and extra-mundane bliss is in the Noble Eightfold Path. Where does the present society try to find the extra-mundane bliss? Most often, the path shown by Lord Buddha is not followed. We should follow the correct Noble Eightfold Path. The Noble Eightfold Path has 8 entrances. If you enter through the wrong entrance, you cannot follow the Noble Eightfold Path properly. Some try to enter the Noble Eightfold Path through the entrance called a virtue. Some try to enter it through the entrance called loving kindness. Some try to enter it through the entrance called mindfulness. At all of these places, you are not able to follow the Noble Eightfold Path in a proper manner. So, what is the correct entrance to the Noble Eightfold Path? The correct entrance to the Noble Eightfold Path is the right view. In this world, we do various things to get comfort or bliss. We love others to get comfort. We get married for it. We beget children and we construct houses. We buy vehicles. We earn money. We go abroad. Likewise, we do a number of things to get bliss or comfort. However, all of these comforts bring us suffering. So you understand that the real comfort in this world can only be obtained through right view. You add the meaning of right view to your life. Then you can enter the Noble Eightfold Path. Nowadays, we hear that the 2 words of right view and wrong view are discussed in the society in a serious manner. What is the difference between right view and wrong view? Only Lord Buddha can explain the difference between these 2 words. The right view has 7 meanings. First meaning, faith in the triple gem. Second meaning, faith in karma and karmic effect. Third meaning, belief that we get rebirth according to the doctrine of dependent origination. Fourth meaning, faith in the qualities of father and mother. Fifth meaning, faith in the effects of virtue and almsgiving. Sixth meaning, faith in the fact that animals are born through the process of abiogenesis. Seventh meaning, faith in the fact that there are persons who have attained higher mental stages. These are the seven meanings which cause comfort or bliss in this world. These seven meanings are established only in the Noble Eightfold Path. Now, look at the first meaning. We should have faith in the Lord Buddha, Dhamma, and Mahasangha. Lord Buddha, fulfilling 10 perfections for 4 lakhs of aeons for us. It is because of Lord Buddha that we have been able to achieve this consolation. While the whole world is shrouded by the 5 hindrances of sensual desire, ill will, boredom, restlessness, worry, and doubt today, you and I, who are gathered here, have been able to develop the 7 factors of enlightenment named mindfulness, keen investigation of Dhamma, effort, happiness, calmness, concentration, and equanimity. It is because of Lord Buddha that we have been able to do it. Lord Buddha made a huge dedication to get this consolation. You close up your eyes and think of the great pains that Lord Buddha underwent to bring this great consolation to you. During the time when Dipankara Buddha was living, our Bodhisattva could have easily understood the 4 noble truths by listening to Dhamma from that Buddha. But our Bodhisattva did not do it. He walked on the sansaric journey for 4 lakhs of aeons, fulfilling 10 perfections. Lord Buddha made such a dedication on behalf of you and me. Lord Buddha made this dedication in order to bring consolation to you and me. Lord Buddha preaches like this. Ananda, the amount of blood I have donated in this long sansaric journey is bigger than the amount of water found in the great ocean. The amount of flesh I have donated is bigger than the amount of soil on this earth. Ananda, I donated everything I had included, my consort, kingdom, children, grandchildren, and properties. Lord Buddha made such donations in order to bring this consolation which you and I experience today. At the last birth, Bodhisattva was born as a prince called Siddhartha. This prince got a handsome figure which was complete with 32 specific male features. He was endowed with 3 palaces named Ramya, Suramya, and Subha. He had a pretty consort named Yashodhara. He got a beautiful son, but he abandoned every comfort he had. He engaged in the practices of self-mortification for a period of 6 years. Later, Lord Buddha preached like this. Ananda, the suffering that I went is not able to be experienced by any living being in this world. Ananda, I tried to win suffering through suffering. I inflicted immense suffering to my body. My abdomen was attached to my backbone. When I touched my abdomen, I felt my backbone. When I touched my backbone, I felt my abdomen. Such suffering was inflicted by me to my body. Ananda, on some days I consumed only a grain of dal. On some days I consumed only a grain of green dal. On some days I consumed only a grain of rice. I opined that I would be able to win suffering through suffering. I was not able to walk. I crawled here and there in the forest. I went to the places where cattle were kept. Then I sucked milk from the udders of cows. When the cows kicked me, I fainted. I was lying near a cattle farm, unconscious for 2 weeks. When I recovered, I did not have enough strength even to crawl. I consumed the yellowish cow dung excreted by calves. When I consumed it, I did not sense any bad odor and unpleasantness. Why did Lord Buddha undergo this type of suffering? Lord Buddha did it only to bring us this consolation. The Bodhisattva understood that suffering could not be overcome by suffering. Then he adopted the middle path. He sat at the Bodhi tree and consumed the milk rice offered by a lady named Sujata. Bodhisattva made a firm resolve near the Bodhi tree. My blood, flesh, sinews, bones, and nerves may wither away, but I will not get on to my feet without attaining the great enlightenment. With that firm resolve, Bodhisattva gave up craving for the 5 aggregates of grasping. He gave up craving for form, sensations, recognitions, volitional formations, and consciousness. Then he was able to understand the 4 noble truths, and after that he attained the great enlightenment. Bodhisattva attained the great enlightenment at the Bodhi tree, having placed his life before death. Now, close up your eyes and think of the sacrifice that Bodhisattva has made throughout the sansaric journey. After attaining the great enlightenment, a great service was performed for a period of 45 years as Lord Buddha. Lord Buddha walked through villages and preached the 4 noble truths to people. Through it, Lord Buddha showed the path for obtaining both mundane and extra-mundane comfort. After this yeoman service of 45 years, Lord Buddha passed away at a place called Kusinara. At the last moment, Lord Buddha delivered a piece of advice to the bhikkhus. Bhikkhus, all volitional formations are impermanent. What are the volitional formations? All these wholesome activities, all these unwholesome activities, meritorious activities, and sinful activities performed by you will become impermanent after making their effect. These volitional formations are an illusion. These volitional formations are only legerdemain. These volitional formations have deprived you of lakhs of Buddhist dispensations. So, do not be misled by these volitional formations furthermore. Just like a person whose head has caught fire extinguishes that fire, you also should extinguish the fire of samsara. Now, you are all gathered here at Swarnamali Dagaba, which is considered as the living Buddha. At this moment, you touch your conscience and ask whether you have accepted the last advice given to you by the Lord Buddha. However, at this moment too, you still wish a next birth. By doing these meritorious activities, you wish to be born again as a god or as a human being. Devotees, we have not obeyed the advice of Lord Buddha. We are disobedient children of Lord Buddha. Though Lord Buddha has preached us that volitional formations are impermanent, we are still clinging to them. So first, you should become an obedient child of Lord Buddha. Through the last advice, Lord Buddha did not ask us to learn well, do a good job, earn millions of money, and lead a comfortable lay life. Lord Buddha did not ask us to wish to be born in a divine realm after death. Why didn't Lord Buddha advise us like that? Lord Buddha did not ask us to do those activities only because of the great compassion created for us. Even if you be born in a divine realm, having done wholesome activities in this birth, you may fall again into the four realms of suffering if you do not attain the mental stage of Sotapanna. When this Buddhist dispensation disappears on some occasion, and when the Four Noble Truths disappear from this world, you will have to wait more than 50 lakhs of years to meet another Buddhist dispensation. Maitri Buddha will come to this world only in more than 50 lakhs of years from today. So, we will have to wait such a long time to be born at a time when a Lord Buddha will be living. Until then, there will be a period in which Dhamma has disappeared. It is a period of time in which people will have only animalistic recognitions. If you compare this period of time to a train, it will be a train which will run for a period of more than 50 lakhs of years. Now that train has already commenced its journey. I make a request from you not to get into this train. Lord Buddha preaches to us that this world is going towards a period of time in which people with animalistic recognitions will be living. When Arhat bhikkhus were living in the past, the maximum lifespan of a human being was about 160 or 120 years. By now, the maximum lifespan has reduced to a period of about 60 years. In the future, it will be reducing up to 10 years. At that time, there will be animalistic recognitions among people. The human being will become an animal. Human beings will be killing one another like animals. The world will become a pool of blood. Even during the recent past, we saw such behavior patterns among people. There were some extremist doctrines which advocated killing virtuous people in order to gain bliss after death. Devotees, this kind of paganistic doctrines will reign over the world in the future. During that period of time, people will not take baskets of flowers to places of religious worship. They will not light lamps or incense sticks there. What will they offer to gods then? They will kill their children and offer the flesh of children to gods. They will put the flesh of their own children on the altar and pray to the god. Such a period of time will dawn. The seeds of that recognition was visible to us in the society recently. That barbaric recognition is at its initial stage now. So, you should not get caught into such recognitions. Eliminate hatred, animosity, and revenge. Always concentrate your mind on the Dhamma delivered by Lord Buddha. Just like a person whose head has caught fire tries to extinguish his fire, you also try to extinguish the fire of this samsaric journey. Adhere to the last advice by the Lord Buddha. Remember the fact that such compassionate religious teacher is available only to a Buddhist. Never think of a life, a world, or a comfort away from Lord Buddha. You have been able to defeat wrong view and obtain right view because of Lord Buddha. You have been able to get this beautiful life as a human being because of Lord Buddha. We are a group of persons who have been in this human world for the last 2,600 years. We were able to be born as human beings as per dependent origination. We are enjoying now the great effects of the meritorious activities committed by us by taking the refuge of Buddha, Dhamma, and Sangha, and also by going along the Noble Eightfold Path. Look at the holy place on which you have set your foot at this moment. This is the most beautiful place in this whole world. There is no other place which is holier than this place. Every full moon poya day, the divine meeting of the divine realm called Tavtisa is convened. It is convened under the leadership of God Sakra and the protection of the four guardian gods. Before the meeting of the gods commences, every god who participates in this meeting worships this motherland of ours. Gods become pleased by worshipping this country where the Noble Eightfold Path is established. The Swarnmali Pagoda is situated. Jayashri Mahabodhi is situated. 8 places of worship are located. The sacred tooth relic is kept. And the Shripada of Lord Buddha is imprinted. They become happy about the human beings who will be born in the divine realm by doing meritorious activities. That is why they worship this country. Gods and Brahmas who have attained the right view worship this country every day. So you have been born in such a noble country. How did you get the merits to be born here? It is because of Lord Buddha. You were able to do it. It is because of Lord Buddha that we have been born here again and again as per dependent origination for a period of 2,600 years. Devotees, when I commemorate about my priesthood, I understood that I was able to enjoy the comfort of Dhamma through this priesthood because of Lord Buddha. At the same time, every word I preach here is owned by Lord Buddha. So, we should not see any word away from Lord Buddha. In every comfort we experience in life, we should remind Lord Buddha. But remember the fact that every Lord Buddha is impermanent. Keep respect for Lord Buddha. Keep more faith in the virtues and wisdom of Lord Buddha. Commemorate the great kindness of Lord Buddha. Then, see the great qualities of Dhamma. What is the first quality of Dhamma? Dhamma is Swakkata. That means Dhamma is well presented or preached. Lord Buddha has preached Dhamma in a simple manner. Dhamma is well presented at the beginning, in the middle, and at the end. This long sansaric journey, which runs through dependent origination, and the path to end that journey through the 4 noble truths are explained by the Dhamma, which has the Swakkata quality. Lord Buddha preaches to us that there will not be an end of the world of 5 aggregates of grasping. Even in the future, lakhs of Lord Buddhas will come to this world. There will be times in which Buddhas will be living. At the same time, there will be times in which Lord Buddhas will not be living. This process will be continued without end. So, we should understand the path shown by Lord Buddha to conclude this sansaric journey in this very life by following the Noble Eightfold Paths. When we see the Swakkata quality of Dhamma, we should see the wonder of the great knowledge of Lord Buddha. Then, look at the Sandittika quality of Dhamma. That means the results of Dhamma can be seen in this very life. If you want to attain the mental stage of Sotapanna, you need not wait until you get the next birth for it. You can do it during the lifespan of this life. That is why we say that Dhamma is Sandittika. Why has Dhamma become Sandittika? Dhamma has become Sandittika as the Dhamma is Swakkata or well preached. Have you created faith in Dhamma? If I ask this question, you will say yes. But how can you understand that you created faith in Dhamma? For that, you should keep trust in the Sandittika quality of Dhamma. If you think that you cannot attain the mental stage of Sotapanna in this very life, then you do not accept the Sandittika quality of Dhamma. At the same time, you do not accept the Swakkata quality of Dhamma. If you do not have faith in these two qualities of Dhamma, you will not even have the faith in Lord Buddha. So, always keep faith in the Sandittika quality of Dhamma. Close your eyes and think for a moment. Then, you make a firm resolve to the effect that at least at the last moment of your life, you will attain the mental stage of Sotapanna. That is the faith in the Sandittika quality of Dhamma. As we do not see the Sandittika quality of Dhamma, we are sometimes compelled to think that Dhamma is very deep. We do not see the Swakkata quality of Dhamma through a great analysis of Dhamma. Next, see the qualities of Mahasangha. What is the first quality of Mahasangha? The first quality of Mahasangha is the Supatipanna quality. They have seen the futility of the sensual desires. They have seen the ferocity of this sansaric journey. They have seen the perils of the lay life. That is why they have freed themselves from the lay life. That is the Supatipanna quality of the Mahasangha. This Supatipanna quality is not possessed by any other human being in this world. There was a layman called Ugga who had attained the mental stage of Anagami. There was a laywoman called Velukantaki who had attained the mental stage of Anagami. Visakha was a devotee who had attained the mental stage of Sotapanna. However, they all did not have the quality of Supatipanna. So, Supatipanna quality is possessed only by the Venerable Bhikkhus, who have attained higher ordination after becoming a Bhikkhu, by leaving the lay life and having seen the futility of sensual desires and having understood the ferocity of the sansaric journey. So, you should understand the fact that the bhikkhus who live in the temple of your area are greater than Ugga, who was a householder that had attained the mental stage of Anagami, and Visakha, who was a devotee that had attained the mental stage of Sotapanna, both of whom lived during the times of Lord Buddha. Then, see the Ujupatipanna quality of the Mahasangha. What is this quality of Ujupatipanna? A bhikkhu who has the quality of Supatipanna enter the path leading to the cessation of suffering. The direct path of eliminating the suffering is Noble Eightfold Path. So, bhikkhus go along the Noble Eightfold Path with firm resolve. This is the Ujupatipanna quality of the Mahasangha. Mahasangha even have the quality of Nyayapatipanna. It is the quality of having great knowledge or faculties. A bhikkhu develops right mindfulness and right concentration through the Noble Eightfold Path and develop great faculties such as Chutupapata Jnana, Pubbe Nivanussati Jnana, clairvoyance and insightful knowledge such as Sotapanna, Sakrudagami, Anagami, and Arahat. So Mahasangha developed the qualities of Nyayapatipanna through the qualities of Supatipanna and Ujupatipanna. Mahasangha developed the quality of Samichipatipanna through the quality of Nyayapatipanna. The Mahasangha becomes strong in virtue and preach about virtue to people. Mahasangha becomes strong in mindfulness and wisdom, great faculties and emancipation, and preach those things to the people. Mahasangha becomes strong in the Noble Eightfold Path and preach it to the people. This is the quality of Samichi Patipanna, prevalent in Mahasangha. Devotees, when you give alms to bhikkhus, you should not think of the fact whether those bhikkhus live in a temple or hermitage, whether they wear yellow robes or brown robes, or whether they have attained higher mental stages or not. You have to see the qualities of the bhikkhus. Even if you see a novice bhikkhu, you see a supatipanna quality of that bhikkhu. See the ujupatipanna quality of the bhikkhu. See the samichipatipanna quality of the bhikkhu. Lord Buddha preaches to us these qualities of bhikkhus. By seeing these qualities, you also make your own path to enter the Sangha order. Do not criticize the Mahasangha. Do not find fault with the Mahasangha. If you do so, you will make your own way to enter the four realms of suffering. In the future, there will be a person called Kasava Kantaka. Lord Buddha preaches to us that it is a meritorious act to give alms even to Kasava Kantaka by the name of Mahasangha. So Lord Buddha preaches to us to find the path for emancipation through the order of Mahasangha. Lord Buddha does not ask laymen to correct the faults found in the Sangha order. The whole liberty of disciplining the Sangha order is vested on the venerable senior bhikkhus of the Mahasangha. 7 Sangha judicatures have been established for the 227 disciplinary precepts. If any bhikkhu commits any wrong, the chief bhikkhu of the Sangha order will investigate into it. Laymen do not have responsibility on it. Laymen only have to see the great qualities of the Mahasangha. Through it, they have to develop faith in the Mahasangha. Lord Buddha preaches to us that the 8 noblest persons in this world are found in the Sangha order. Who are the 8 noblest persons in this world? Actually, these persons live in the temple or hermitage in your area. These 8 persons are the Saddhanusari Dhammanusari Bhikkhu, the person who has attained the mental stage of Sotapanna, the person going along the path of Sakrudagami, the person who has attained the mental stage of Sakrudagami, the person going along the path of Anagami, the person who has attained the mental stage of Anagami, the person going along the path of Arahat, and the person who has attained the mental stage of Arahat. Devotees, even the Saddhanusari Dhammanusari person has been placed among these 8 persons. The reason is the fact that even the Saddhanusari Dhammanusari Bhikkhu has the quality of Supatipanna. Remember that a layman who has attained even the mental stage of Anagami does not have the quality of Supatipanna. So as I mentioned earlier, the householder called Ugga, who had attained the mental stage of Anagami, did not have the quality of Supatipanna. Even Mahabrahma, God Sakra, and the universal king do not belong to these 8 noblest persons. But the venerable bhikkhus who live in the temple or hermitage in your village belong to these 8 noblest persons in the world. So do not look into the shortcomings of the Mahasangha. Do not find fault with the Mahasangha. You should understand the fact that volitional formations are the judiciary which gives the most correct decisions in this world. If I do some wrong and if I get attached to it at my last moment, I may be born as a hungry ghost bhikkhu after that. Or else I may be born in the hell realm or animal realm after my death. So, volitional formations give effect irrespective of the fact whether you are a bhikkhu or a layman. So, you don't have to worry about the shortcomings in the Sangha order. What you have got to do is to develop the quality of Supatipanna in yourself through the Sangha society. I was able to do it myself. I developed the Supatipanna quality and the Ujupatipanna quality through the Sangha order. I never tried to look into the faults of the Mahasangha. Think of the great help that the Sangha order gives us. Now, the most beautiful rainy season has commenced. During this period of time, you will be getting the greatest benefit that you can get for the offerings you make to the Mahasangha. So during these 3 months, you always think of the great qualities of Mahasangha. When you worship the Mahasangha for those great qualities, you will be able to correct yourself. You will be able to go along the path of Dhamma. If you blame the Mahasangha, you will only get disappointment. You will also be dragged to a wrong path. The first meaning of right view is the faith in the noble triple gem. If you develop faith in the noble triple gem, you will be freed from all perils. Then you should also develop the faith in karma and karmic effects. If you do wholesome acts, you will face good effects. If you do unwholesome acts, you will face bad effects. All the differences in this society are cursed by the effects of the acts of people. People become rich or poor, healthy or unhealthy, pretty or deformed as a result of the acts that they perform. So understand the fact that if you do some unwholesome act, you will get bad effects. So what are the unwholesome acts? Wrong view is an unwholesome act. Wrong intentions are unwholesome. Wrong words are unwholesome. So you should get away from unwholesome activities. You should keep faith in karma and karmic effects. Now, look at our society. We are all faced up with a huge danger. Now, even when Dhamma is being preached, the members of the 3 forces have had to provide protection here. Think of this situation in accordance with karma and karmic effects. What is happening here? Some unwholesome acts committed by us are giving effect here. Things that we like do not occur. Things that we do not like occur. Our hopes are not materialized. What is the reason for it? These are the effects of the unwholesome activities committed by us. These are the effects of the sins committed by us. These are the results of the craving developed by us through our eyes, ears, tongues, bodies, and minds. When these effects are noticed, what does a person with the right view do? He becomes more strengthened in right view. He becomes more strengthened in right intention and right words. He becomes more strengthened in right action. But what do? We only go towards paganism even when the danger becomes stronger. If anything that we do not like occurs, we should be more strengthened in virtue. We should develop meritorious roots in our minds. We should add merits to our life. We should develop faith in dependent origination. It is according to the doctrine of dependent origination that our next birth is formed. So, a person who has faith in dependent origination always thinks of karmic effect when he speaks some word, when he does some act, and when he creates thoughts in his mind. He always becomes mindful of the fact of what his next birth would be. Now, close your eyes and think of the fact that now you have been endowed with a beautiful life. You have got a good father and a mother. You have got a beautiful house. You have got comfortable vehicles. But what would happen if you become a hungry ghost in your next birth by doing unwholesome activities? Then you would have to suffer a lot. You would live in an unpleasant place. You would beget hungry ghost children. You would eat phlegm, snots, and leftovers of others. What would happen if you were born as a bird in your next birth by doing unwholesome activities? Then you would live in a burrow, in a tree, or in a nest made on a tree. You would eat worms such as earthworms. What would it be like if you were born as a buffalo in your next birth? You would lie in a marshy land or a cowshed. If you become a serpent, you would live in an anthill. You would kill animals to get your hunger appeased. The person who has developed right view would never be born in the animal realm after death. He would get a rebirth as a god, a Brahma, or a human being. This is a good effect of right view. Next, think of the effects of giving alms and practicing virtue. What are the effects of giving alms? You will get longevity, fair complexion, comfort, and power. Now look at the society. You can see wealthy and powerful persons in the society. How have they become so rich and powerful? They have achieved this status as a result of the alms given by them. Some people hate the comfort of others. We should not do it. When we look at the wealth and power of the others, we should develop right view through it. They have received such wealth and power as a result of the alms given by them in their previous births. If you develop this view, you will become more strengthened in giving alms. Devotees, the fact of being poor or rich is related to the cause and effect doctrine. It is not due to the fault of the government that one becomes poor. It is not due to the fault of one's parents that he becomes poor. As he has not given alms in his sansaric journey, he has been relegated to such a level. So, we should develop right view through this. If we develop right view, we will never hate others. We will never wish destruction for the wealthy people. We have heard of certain slogans in politics as those who suffer from starvation should stand up now to fight. This is the slogan of paganism or wrong view. You should never go behind these slogans. If those who suffer from starvation begin to fight, they will end up in the four realms of suffering in their next births. The reason is that if you get attached to such slogans, you will only be fighting with Dhamma. You will be fighting with the doctrine of cause and effect. So if you are poor, you should not hate the rich. You should develop faith in right view, karma, and karmic effects. The person with the right view never hates rich people. He blesses rich people, and through it, he creates the way for him to become rich. This is the right view. You develop faith in virtue as well. Now, see the popularity of some people in society. We see a number of popular people in various fields such as arts, politics, education, etc. Think of a village or an office. Even there, we see some persons who are popular than others. Some persons get higher positions, such as president, prime minister, minister, or member of parliament, through their popularity. They get such positions and popularity as a result of virtue that they practiced in their previous births. So, a person who keeps faith in virtue and effects of virtue does not envy a person with popularity. Such a person does not hate popular persons. Think of a classroom. If there are 40 children in the class, one child will become first in the class. Another will become second in the class. There will be another student who is more popular than others in the class. All these things happen due to the effects virtue. These are the effects of dependent origination. If you have developed right view, you can understand it. A person with right view will only envy the comfort of others. Next quality of a person with the right view is his faith in his father and mother. Lord Buddha compares father and mother to Mahabrahma. Mahabrahma, look at the world with four sublime states of mind named loving kindness, compassion, sympathetic joy, and equanimity. Your father and mother, too, look at you with the same sublime states of mind. When you were conceived in the womb of your mother, that secret was first conveyed by your mother to your father. Then both of them first went to the village temple and made offerings to the Bodhi tree there. They made a vow before the Bodhi tree. They made a vow before Lord Buddha. They wished that their child may grow well. They did not know anything about the child. They did not know whether their child would be a son or a daughter, or whether she or he would be dark or fair in complexion. But they wished that their child may grow well. This is why they have four sublime states of mind named loving kindness, compassion, sympathetic joy, and equanimity. When Lord Buddha described anantariya sins, or sins which would cause intermediate retribution, Lord Buddha mentioned that killing father and mother is an anantariya sin. Devotees, even if one killed a person who has attained the mental stage of anagami, it would not be an anantariya sin. But killing father and mother is an anantariya sin. So we can understand that Lord Buddha has placed your mother and father at the level of an Arhat Bhikkhu. Lord Buddha has compared your father and mother to Mahabrahma. So Lord Buddha has renamed your father and mother as Mahabrahma, or an Arahat Bhikkhu of your home, through the meaning of right view. So as children, you should look after your parents well. Thereby, you can strengthen your merits. Lord Buddha preaches that our parents are a treasure of merits. If you own a treasure of gems or diamond, you will create craving for it. That craving will bring you suffering. But the treasure of merits called father and mother will only collect merits for you. So you should see the qualities of your parents through this right view. Now, you touch your conscience and ask yourself whether you see your father and mother as Mahabrahma. Do you see your parents as Arahat Bhikkhu? Do you pay due respect to them? Do you look after your parents properly? You may sometimes see the shortcomings or defects of your parents. You may say that your mother gets annoyed quickly. You may say that your father comes home drunk at night. You may say that your father quarrels with your mother. Then you may ask, how could your mother be like Mahabrahma? You may ask, if so, how could your father be like an Arhat Bhikkhu? Devotees, think of the word Lord Buddha. Lord Buddha did not ask you to find fault with your parents. Lord Buddha only asked you to look at Mahabrahma through your parents. If your parents quarrel, it may be an effect of an unwholesome activity committed in a previous birth. But you should be able to see Mahabrahma through your parents, even if they are having some shortcomings or defects. By looking at parents in that manner, you have to strengthen your right view. If you think on that line, you will never meet parents with such defects in your samsaric journey. Now, I have explained 5 components in right view by now. What is the next component? It is the belief in the fact that creatures are born through abiogenesis. Then, who are born through abiogenesis? Hungry ghosts, devils, treasure ghosts, and sleeping ghosts are born through abiogenesis. If you want to free yourself from such a rebirth, you should attenuate craving. Nowadays, a lot of human beings get rebirths as treasure ghosts. Some people build luxurious houses spending huge amounts of money. They die having attachment to those houses. At the last moment, they attach those houses to their self. Finally, they become treasure ghosts, which are bound to the foundation of those houses. But a person with a right view knows that if he creates craving for his house, he may be born as a treasure ghost at his house through abiogenesis. We do not say that you should not build a beautiful house, but you should use your house whilst looking at the impermanence of the volitional formations. Lord Buddha preached like this. Once I had become a universal king named Sudassana. When I became the king, God Sakra summoned God Vishwakarma and told him that there was a king named Sudassana in the human world, and his perfection for giving alms was great. God Sakra asked God Vishwakarma to go to the human world and create a palace called Dhamma. So God Vishwakarma came to the human world and created a beautiful palace called Dhamma for that king. Every pillar of that palace was made of gold. Gems were studded onto the pillars. At noon, the palace gleamed with beauty. But Lord Buddha preaches that both that palace and the universal kingship of his face the reality of impermanence. All those volitional formations came to an end. Even the beautiful palaces called Ramya, Suramya, and Subha, where Prince Siddhartha lived, came to an end. You should understand this reality. So you may build a beautiful house, but you should not get attached to it. If you do so, you will be born as a treasure ghost in that house after your death. Then even Brahmas are born through abiogenesis. If a person who has attained the mental stage of Anagami dies, he will be born as a Brahma. There are 5 material Brahma realms and immaterial Brahma realms. Then there are 6 divine realms such as Tautisa. In these realms, gods are born through abiogenesis. If you understand that there are such realms in which beings are born through abiogenesis, you will have the right view. Then you will not fall into unvirtuous paths in life. This is the 6th component of right view. The next component of right view is the faith in the fact that there were persons who had attained higher mental stages in the past. If you want to attain the mental stage of Sotapanna in this life, you will have to be perfect in right view. You have to be strong in the faith that there were persons who had attained the mental stage of Sotapanna in the past. You have to be strong in the faith that there were Arhat bhikkhus in the past. If you have that faith only, that you will be able to attain the mental stage of Sotapanna. This is the right view that you should develop. If you want to know whether you have the right view, you will have to touch your conscience and look into it. If you have any shortcomings, you should rectify them. You correct yourself only for the sake of yours, not for the sake of Lord Buddha. First, you develop faith in the Noble Triple Gem. Then, see the world with faith in karma and karmic effects. Next, be strong in the faith of dependent origination. Then, have faith in the qualities of your parents. Then, develop faith in the effect of giving alms and practicing virtue. Then, believe in the fact that beings are born through abiogenesis. And lastly, have faith in the fact that there were great persons who had attained higher mental stages in the past. This is the greatest right view. If you are strong in right view, you will incessantly go on to the Noble Eightfold Path. Through right view, you will next develop right thoughts. As per cause and effect doctrine, a person who is strong in right view will definitely develop right thoughts. What are right thoughts? Thought of non-violence, thought of love, and thought of selfless detachment are right thoughts. The person who has right thoughts becomes strong in non-violence. He becomes strong in love and loving kindness. He does not hurt anyone. He does not hate anyone. His right view is strong. He knows the bad effects which may be brought to him through hatred. If you hate others, you will be born as a serpent after death. If you hate anyone, you may be born as a devil in your next birth. So, you should always be detached from hatred. You should spread loving kindness at all time. A person with right thoughts never hurts anyone, even through words. He always pleases the minds of others through help and at least through a smile. He does not hate anyone. If someone hates him, he sees it as a retribution for some hatred he had extended to that person at a previous birth. So, he is not compelled to hate others because of the fact that they hate him. Devotees, say these statements aloud after me. If you hate me again and again, I will extend loving kindness to you again and again. If you hate me again and again, I will extend loving kindness to you again and again. If you hate me again and again, I will extend loving kindness to you again and again. If you criticize me again and again, I will extend loving kindness to you again and again. This is the path of developing right thoughts. We all have been going on this sansaric journey for lakhs of aeons due to the lack of right thoughts. We hated others as they hated us. We criticized others as they criticized us. We hit others as they hit us. We hurt others as they hurt us. So, we have had to face retribution for it, as per dependent origination. So, at this moment, you make firm a resolve by closing your eyes to the effect that you will not defile your thoughts due to the bad actions of others. If you do so, you walk back into the four realms of suffering. So as you have seen the meaning of right thoughts, you should become a person who follows Dhamma. Never be moved by the actions of others. If someone blames you, think that he blamed you because you blamed him at a previous birth. If someone praises you, you think that he praised you because you praised him at a previous birth. Take both of these sensations with equanimity. Do not be attached to them. Think of the impermanence of these volitional formations. This is the right view. Then develop the thoughts of selfless detachment. What is selfless detachment? Selfless detachment means abandoning craving, hatred, and ignorance. How can you abandon thoughts of craving? You have to abandon the craving for forms, sensations, recognitions, and volitional formations. Consciousness abandons the thoughts of craving. Devotees, what do we do right from morning up to night? We create cravings for forms. We think of divine realms and wish that we may be born there after death. What do we wish after giving alms? What do we wish after making some offering to Bodhi tree? You wish that you may get different material things. By doing such acts, do you think that you got established in the Noble Eightfold Path? But did you develop the thoughts of selfless detachment there? No. You were attached to forms. You were attached to sensations. If you listen to this Dhamma, and if you get attached to this Dhamma, you are not established in the thoughts of selfless detachment at this moment too. If you are attached to any sentiments, words, and if you are attached to the Dhamma preached by Lord Buddha, you are only established in some desire. But you are not established in the thoughts of selfless detachment. When you listen to this Dhamma, you should think that the great teacher who preached this Dhamma, Lord Buddha, passed away. The Arhat bhikkhus who delivered this Dhamma in the past too passed away. Therefore, this Ariyagnana Thero and his words will also become impermanent. Think on that line. You should add this Dhamma to your life without being attached to the desires. You hear this Dhamma as per cause and effect doctrine. In your sansaric journey, you made offerings of Dhamma. You have paid attention to the Mahasangha. You have helped Mahasangha to develop qualities of Supatipanna, Ujupatipanna, and Nyayapatipanna. It is as a result of it that you have met these beautiful volitional formations. But do not get attached to these volitional formations. Think of the nature of impermanence of those volitional formations. Do not create thoughts of craving. If you create thoughts of craving, next time you will create thoughts of hatred. If the thoughts of craving are disturbed, thoughts of hatred will incessantly emerge. Craving and hatred merge through ignorance. You have not been able to understand the volitional formations properly. That is why such roots of sin emerge. Through right thoughts, we can develop right speech. A person with right speech abstains from telling lies, backbiting, using harsh and abusive language, and speaking useless words. Today, people misunderstand bad speech as right speech. Lies are reigning over the country. Truth cannot be found anywhere. You cannot expect any good precedence from this society. So, you have to be a leader yourself. You set good precedence to yourself. Through the association with great friends and by listening to Dhamma and reminding Dhamma, you can become a leader to yourself. As right speech is very rare to be found in the society, I do not like to talk about it much. If you engage in wrong speech, you will have to keep faith in the Dhamma delivered by Kasavakantaka in the future. In the future, Kasavakantaka will be delivering Dhamma. He will preach that all volitional formations are blissful. He will preach that all volitional formations are permanent. You will have to listen to that type of Dhamma due to a certain cause. What is that cause? Nowadays, we see that wrong Dhamma is preached in our society. So, you should not listen to such Dhamma. You should not listen to the Dhamma that is not being preached by Lord Buddha. If you go behind preachers who deliver wrong Dhamma, you will meet preachers who preach wrong Dhamma in the future too. So, you should understand the importance of right speech. Speak right words. Speak what is relevant to virtue. Speak what is relevant to giving alms. Speak what is relevant to faith. Speak what is relevant to loving kindness. At the same time, you should speak what is relevant to equity, justice, and law. Do not speak wrong words. If you develop right speech, you will be able to engage in right action. That happens according to the cause and effect doctrine. What is right action? The person who develops right action does not kill animals. He has faith in karma and karmic effects. If you kill a mosquito which is perched on your hand, you will surely be born a mosquito in your next birth, provided that you remember that action at your last moment. That is the relationship between cause and effect. If a fly perches on my hand, I close my eyes and I think of the fact how many times I would have been killed by others after being born as a fly or a mosquito in this sansaric journey. So, you should see the retribution of killing animals through right view. Then, you will never think of hurting animals. A person with right action will not engage in stealing. Today, we see that theft is legalized in society. Some people think that not engaging in theft is a matter to be ashamed of. Right view and the Noble Eightfold Path have distanced from the society to that extent. If you do not steal, sometimes you will not be recognized by the society. Theft has become popular in the society to that extent. You should never engage in theft. Do not steal the property that belongs to the Mahasangha. Do not steal the property that belongs to the general public. You will not be able to exhaust the consequences of that sin for a number of aeons. Now, you're seated here as a human being and listening to the Dhamma here. At the same time, on this very occasion, you would see a dog on the road barking at others. That dog also had been born as a human being in a previous life. Why did that human being be born as a dog? The reason is that he engaged in stealing in his previous life. Now he is facing retribution. Therefore, you should never be engaged in stealing. If you engage in stealing, you will lose comfort at the very moment you are to receive it in the sansaric journey. You may face an interview. Everyone thinks that you will qualify in the interview, but you fail the interview. Everyone thinks that you will become the head of your office. You are qualified for it, but the next moment you're deprived of that opportunity. You are entitled to receive a huge amount of money, but at the next moment, you will be deprived of it. You construct a beautiful house, spending huge amount of money, but a tsunami hits your house and is destroyed before your eyes. You buy a vehicle which is worth millions of rupees, but it is destroyed by an accident. All this happens as consequences of the act of stealing. If you steal the property that belongs to others, if you steal the comfort that belongs to others, you will be deprived of your comfort as well just before your eyes. At the same time, the offense of sexual misconduct is committed by some people in the society. It is a big sin. If anyone engages in sexual misconduct in this life, he or she will be born as a eunuch in the next life. Or else he or she may be born in the animal realm as a monkey, an ape, or a pig. Now, see how the components of this noble eightfold path are lined up. Right view develops our faith in the triple gem and the karma and karmic effects. Right thoughts attenuate our anger. Right speech disciplines our words. Right action makes us protect the 5 precepts. Next, when you have developed right action, you will be developing right livelihood. A person with right livelihood does not engage in the sale of flesh of animals. He does not engage in the sale of ammunition and guns. He does not engage in the sale of poison. He does not engage in the sale of liquor. He does not engage in the sale of animals and slaves. However, devotees, wrong livelihood has deeply rooted in the society. It is spreading in the society like a huge wave. You should not get caught in this wave. A true Buddhist who has developed right livelihood will never be adverted to wrong livelihood, even if he has to live a very poor life. Wrong livelihood puts the whole life in jeopardy, of which the effects will be very serious. A person who has developed right livelihood follows the 8 precepts preached by the Lord Buddha. You cannot attain the mental stage of Sotapanna only by following the 5 precepts. You cannot at least develop right mindfulness, right concentration, and right effort only through the 5 precepts. If you want to develop right mindfulness, you need to follow the 8 precepts or right livelihood. Through right livelihood, you can develop right efforts. What is right effort? You can make a right effort to strengthen the wholesome activities that you already perform. Then you make an effort to perform the wholesome activities that you have not performed yet. Then you make an effort to extinguish the unwholesome activities that you have already performed. Lastly, you make an effort to abstain from the unwholesome activities that you have not performed. This right effort should be made within the safeguard of the 8 precepts. You should understand the fact that you can develop right effort only if you develop right livelihood. That means only within the safeguard of the 8 precepts. When you have developed right livelihood, you develop right mindfulness. What is right mindfulness? A person with right mindfulness can really differentiate between wholesome activities and unwholesome activities. He can differentiate between right view and wrong view. He can identify what is Dhamma and what is not Dhamma. Accordingly, he can get away from wrong and indulge in right. A person with right mindfulness gets away from unvirtue and be strong in virtue. He never engages in unvirtuous activities. He can never be compelled to vice by others. He is clever enough to identify what is right and what is wrong. A person who has developed right mindfulness manages to attenuate the 5 hindrances that occur in the mind. When you have developed right mindfulness, you will get a mind which is devoid of sensual desire, ill will, boredom, restlessness, worry, and doubt. It is a mind where Sapta Bhujanga, or the seven factors of awakening, are prevalent. What I have explained here is the mundane, noble eightfold path. By going along this mundane, noble eightfold path, you can obtain the beautiful pleasure of mindfulness. There are certain mental stages called Rupavachara Dhyana and Arupavachara Dhyana. There are Rupa Dhyanas called first Dhyana, second Dhyana, third Dhyana, and fourth Dhyana. Similarly, there are Arup Dhyanas like Asa Sajñayatana, Nevasanya Nasanyayatana, etc. These are beautiful sensations in mindfulness. But even if you develop them, you will not be freed from the four realms of suffering. You may develop Arupa Dhyana and get attached to it at your last moment and be born in a Brahma realm. But still, you are not freed from the four realms of suffering. We did this even when we met thousands of Buddha dispensations in our sansaric journey. What did we do? We got the association of great friends. We listened to Dhamma. We developed the mundane, noble eightfold path. Accordingly, we were reborn in a comfortable realm as a god, a Brahma, or a human being. Once again, we fell into the four realms of suffering. That is what we have been doing all this time. So, you should not perform the wrong that you did in the past once again. Now you have met with Dhamma. You select the right path to go. Do not advert your mindfulness towards desires. Do not let your mindfulness attenuate and take volitional formations as permanent things. Always keep the four arousings of mindfulness through your mind. Through it, you can attain the mental stages of Sotapanna and Sakrudagami. Then, how can you develop the four arousings of mindfulness? Lord Buddha preaches about four arousings of mindfulness, named mindfulness of the body, mindfulness of the consciousness, mindfulness of the sensations, the mindfulness of the Dhamma in Satipatthana Sutta. Out of these four arousings of mindfulness, Lord Buddha first explains the mindfulness of the body. If you attain the noble mental stage of Sotapanna someday, you will see that the five aggregates of grasping are impermanent. At that stage, you will only see it, but you will not comprehend it. If you attain the noble mental stage of Arahat someday, then you will comprehend that the five aggregates of grasping are impermanent. What is the first aggregate of grasping? The first aggregate of grasping is the aggregate of form. Due to the craving created for forms, we create contact, sensations, recognition, mental formations, and consciousness. In the mindfulness of body, Lord Buddha first draws our attention to the aggregate of form. Then Lord Buddha asks us to concentrate on the mindfulness of body. Then Lord Buddha preaches us to look at the aggregate of form as a composition of 32 abominable parts. We should see this aggregate of form as a combination for the four great elements, as six organs, as an object for the meditation of death contemplation, as a volitional formation of bones, and as a body which keeps postures all the time. Lord Buddha preaches in Satara Satipatthana Sutta of the discourse on the four arousings of mindfulness to look at this internal body and external body as a composition of 32 abominable parts through mindfulness. Lord Buddha cites a similarity for this. There is a sack which is filled with 32 kinds of grain. The mouth of the sack is tied up. A person with proper eyesight comes to this place. He unites the sack and sees that 32 kinds of grain are mixed in the sack. He categorizes the grain in it into the relevant varieties such as lentil, green dal, rice, millet, etc. Lord Buddha asks you to be a person with proper eyesight. Here, who is meant by a person with proper eyesight? A person with a proper eyesight means a person who has obtained mindfulness by associating with great friends, by commemorating Dhamma, and by following the Noble Eightfold Path. Lord Buddha asks you to analyze the aggregator form with the eyes of wisdom and insight. This aggregator form is covered with beautiful dresses. Perfumes and cosmetics have been applied on it. Lord Buddha asks you to become a person with proper eyesight to divide this aggregate of form into parts. When we divide this aggregate of form as a person with proper eyesight, you will be able to see the 32 abominable parts which it is made up of. Just like the person with proper eyesight categorized the grain in the sack, you will also be able to divide the aggregate of form into the parts which it is made up of. He divides the aggregate of form into heaps of hair, nails, teeth, skin, flesh, bones, veins, etc. The body which is seen as self with self-view is now divided into 32 parts. Subsequently, you create a mental image and look at these heaps in which the body has been divided into. Look at the heaps of hair, flesh, bones, and skin. They gradually rot, putrefy, and create unpleasant smells. Flies gather around them. Then they become a part of the four great elements. You can understand that your body is a thing which will become a part of the four great elements someday. This understanding will help you to attenuate craving. Devotees, you can see nothing in the aggregate of form as self. You cannot see that you live in the self. The aggregate of form rots, putrefies, and creates unpleasant smells. So, you should attenuate self-view. Devotees, if I ask you whether you had a grandfather and a grandmother, you will say yes. If I ask you whether that grandmother had two eyes, you will say that she had two eyes. But if I ask you where the eyes of your grandmother exist at this moment, what will you say? Those eyes are now in the cemetery. They are mixed up with the soil. Now, close your eyes. Think of your beautiful hair. Think of the skin, flesh, bones, nails, and nerves of your body. You nourish them thinking that they are yours. You create roots of sin in your mind on behalf of them. But someday, they will mix up with the soil in the cemetery. So, attenuate the craving for the aggregate of form. Attenuate the self-view for the aggregate of form. Then, see the aggregate of form as a part of the four great elements. In this manner, in the mindfulness of body, you can see the aggregate of form as a part of the four great elements. Here, the aggregate of form can be divided into four parts. Look at this example. Here, there is a butcher. He kills a cow. After killing the cow, he divides the cow into 4 parts as bowels, flesh, bones, and skin. After that, he goes to a 4-way junction and sells these 4 parts, having placed them on 4 tables separately. Lord Buddha preaches you to divide the form of body into parts as the butcher divides the cow into 4 parts. When you divide the form of your body into 4 parts, you can divide the solid parts of the body into one heap. Then you can divide the liquid parts of the body, namely blood, phlegm, snot, etc., into another heap. Then you can divide the heat element of the body into another heap. After that, you divide the airy element of the body into some other heap. Now, you create a mental image of yours and look at these 4 heaps of the parts of your body. What will you see? You will see that these 4 great elements rot, putrefy, and decompose. Flies and worms will emerge there. Gradually, these 4 great elements of your body will mix up with the 4 great elements of the outside environment. These external 4 great elements are the same 4 external great elements that existed at the time when Lord Buddha passed away. Lord Buddha preaches us to see the solid element of your body and the external solid element as one and same solid element. The liquid element of your body and the liquid element of the water in this glass on the table are one same liquid element. The heat element of your body and the heat element in the environment are one and same element. The airy element of your body and the wind that blows in the environment are one and same airy element. There, the person who practices mindfulness of body always sees the combination of the 4 great elements of his body and the 4 great elements of the external environment. He sees how the solid element of his body combine with the solid element of the external environment. He can see the 4 great elements of his body through a heap of soil on the earth. He sees the heat element and the airy element of his body through the heat element and airy element which flows in the environment. He attenuates the self-view which grasps things as me and mine. Devotees, now you can see me preaching Dhamma here. Think that this bhikkhu passes away at the next moment. What will you do if this bhikkhu who preaches Dhamma passes away? You will make a pyre and cremate me. If I show you my organs, you will identify them as eye, ear, nose, tongue, body, and so on. Now this bhikkhu has passed away. His body is burning on the pyre. The body of this bhikkhu has caught fire, and flames are coming out. All the organs of the bhikkhu are also burning. But you do not identify that fire as this bhikkhu. When the body of the bhikkhu has caught fire and flames are coming out, you never identify that fire as this bhikkhu. You call it heat element or fire element. A cloud of smoke comes out of the body of this bhikkhu, which is burning. But you never identify that cloud of smoke as this bhikkhu. You call it air element. After the body of the bhikkhu is burnt down, some amount of ash and bones are left. You do not call that amount of ash and bones the bhikkhu. You call it ash or bones. So here you saw how the eyes of the bhikkhu got burnt. You saw how the ear of the bhikkhu turned into smoke, ash or soil in that instant. So what can you observe here? You can only observe the impermanence of the aggregate of form. However much you may try to possess your eyes, someday your eyes will become a flame of fire. However much you try to possess your ears, someday your ears will become a cloud of smoke. However much you may try to possess your aggregate of form, someday it will become a heap of earth. In this manner, you should develop the mindfulness of body. When you develop the mindfulness of body, you will not create self-view for the body. You will not grasp your aggregate of form with the strong objective of self. You do not think that you are the aggregate of form. You do not identify this aggregate of form as something that belongs to you. You do not identify the aggregate of form as your soul. You do not think that you live in that soul. Therefore, you do not breach precepts because of the aggregate of form. You do not cultivate roots of sin because of the aggregate of form. Why do you breach precepts? Why do you tell lies? Why do you consume liquor? Why do you engage in sexual misconduct? You do all of these acts only to please your sense organs. But when you develop the mindfulness of body, you understand that there is nothing that belongs to you. There is nothing called your soul. You do not live in the soul. In this body, there remains 4 great elements which will someday mix up with the earth. In this body, you will only find abominable parts which will someday be mixed up with the earth. After developing the mindfulness of the body, you begin to practice the meditation on death. Now you have mindfulness. Use the experience of Dhamma to develop insight. You have been able to do this because of right mindfulness. That right mindfulness was obtained by you through the Noble Eightfold Path. You were able to follow the Noble Eightfold Path through the association with great friends and by listening to Dhamma and reminding Dhamma. When you practice the meditation on death, you begin to remind the fact that you will die someday. In the present society, some people are afraid of practicing the meditation on death. They are afraid of thinking of death. Devotees, you should never distance death from life. If you distance death from life, you will distance yourself from Dhamma. Bring death closer to life. Then you will be closer to Dhamma. That is why Lord Buddha advised us to practice the meditation on death. Lord Buddha has advised bhikkhus on how to practice the meditation on death. Bhikkhus, when you go out of the temple, when you walk in the forest, you have to think of the fact that you may face death at any moment. You may die by being stung by a serpent. You may die of a heart attack. You may be killed by a thief. By creating such thoughts, what do? You bring death closer to your life. Lord Buddha advises us to do so. Lord Buddha preaches like this. Bhikkhus, when you breathe in, you think that it is life. When you breathe out, you think that it is death. And you understand that this gap between death and life is only that. In this manner, Lord Buddha makes us understand the closeness between life and death. Thereby, Lord Buddha makes us bring Dhamma closer to our life. You never be afraid to practice meditation on death. Person who practices the meditation on death develops four bases of power. Devotees, today we live in a very dangerous society. We do not know when and where bombs will explode. So, when you live in such a society, the best meditation that you should practice is the meditation on death. Why does Lord Buddha ask us to practice the meditation on death? The reason is that we can develop our four bases of power through it. What are the four bases of power? Interest, diligence, thoughts, and investigation are called the four bases of power. If someone develops the four bases of power, he can live for a period of aeon. The person who practices the meditation on death develops the four bases of power. He develops interest. For what? He develops interest for wholesome activities. Therefore, he can enhance his lifespan. So never be afraid of the meditation on death. If you want to extend your lifespan, you should develop the four bases of power. If you want to develop the four bases of power, you should practice the meditation on death. The person who practices the meditation on death knows that his body is moral. So, he does not breach precepts. Think of this fact. If you breach precepts, or if you develop craving, hatred, and ignorance, you do it because of an internal and external aggregator form which is mortal. A Lord Buddha comes to this world to clarify this reality to the world. Do not do unwholesome activities because of this aggregator form. Do not fall into the four realms of suffering because of it. Your body is a combination of the four great elements. It is a combination of 32 abominable parts. This body belongs to the earth. So why do you fall into the four realms of suffering? Because of a body which belongs to the earth. Why do you do unwholesome activities? Because of that. Why do you breach precepts? Because of that. Lord Buddha preaches us to develop the mindfulness of the body. So, you should close your eyes and practice the meditation on death. You should see your death. Don't be afraid of death. If you be afraid of death, you will face trouble when you actually face death. So, you should be mindful of death all the time. You should be able to manage death. The person who practices the meditation on death, the person who thinks of death, can manage death when he actually faces death. So, you manage your death in relation to a desired realm with less suffering. You manage your death through insight. So you train yourself to see your death. The meditation on death is suitable even for little children. It is suitable even for school children. If children practice the meditation on death, they will understand that their aggregates of form are mortal. So they will never hurt the minds of their parents or teachers. They will never hurt the minds of their friends. Now, you close your eyes and think what will happen to you when you're dead. Your body will be taken to a funeral director and it will be embalmed. When the body is embalmed, the nostrils will be closed. When the body is embalmed, the nostrils will be closed if the dead body is to be kept for more than 5 days. If the dead body is kept for more than 5 days, fluids secrete from nostrils. This is common for anyone, whether he or she is an important person
or a state leader. Glue is put into the ears and mouths in order to preserve the body. If it is not done, the body putrefies in a few days. Unpleasant fluids will come out of the dead body if it is not properly embalmed. What happens when the dead body is put into a cemetery? When 3 or 4 days have elapsed, the dead body will swell. It will turn blue. It will be surrounded by flies. Eyes will be infested with worms. Ears will be infested with worms. This is what will really happen to your dead body. Right view and the mindfulness of body will make you understand this reality. You close your eyes and think of this fact for a moment. The beautiful eyes of yours will be infested with worms someday. The beautiful body of yours will be infested with thousands of worms. This body of yours will be surrounded by flies. When the body putrefies, foxes, crocodiles, and monitors will gather around it. They will tear your dead body to eat the flesh. They will enjoy this dead body from which the consciousness, life, and warmth have gone away. They will love the dead body of yours. When you are among the living, your wife, your fiancé, your son, and your daughter loved you. They loved your aggregator form. But now see what has happened. Now animals love your aggregator form. So these two groups have done the same thing. So you have to get away from that situation. You should not love the aggregator form just like the animals love the dead body. You have to look at the body with mindfulness. You should practice the meditation on death. This body is a combination of 32 abominable parts. Some devotees may misunderstand what I say. They may think that even though I say that the aggregator form is impermanent, they have got beautiful figures, they have got beautiful eyes, they have got enough comfort, so they should enjoy these things. Devotees, if you develop mindfulness of the body, you can become the greatest person on this earth. Who is the greatest person in this world? He is the person who has attained the mental stage of Sotapanna. The person who has attained the mental stage of Sotapanna is complete with noble virtue. He is complete with noble faith. He has understood the impermanence of the 5 aggregates of grasping. He has a character which sets examples to the society. So, Lord Buddha preaches to you about impermanence to make you the most pleasant person in this world. Lord Buddha does not preach about a concept of impermanence which makes you disappointed. Some people do not understand this impermanence properly. They do not do their day-to-day work properly, saying that life is impermanent. They do not bathe. They do not go for their jobs. They do not look after their children. Devotees, Lord Buddha does not preach to us about such kind of impermanence. The impermanence preached by Lord Buddha is something which is fostered by the Noble Eightfold Path. Arahat Sariputta Thero passed away at his mother's place. Arahat Sariputta was the foremost Thero among the wisest Theros. Lord asked Sariputta Thero why he passed away at his mother's place. Arahat Sariputta Thero answered like this: The Blessed One, my mother, is still paganistic. I shall bring my mother to the right view, at least at the moment when I pass away. Devotees, Arahat Sariputta passed away after bringing his mother to the right view. The insight or the emancipation of Arhat Sariputta was fostered by the Noble Eightfold Path. Therefore, you should understand the fact that the impermanence preached by Lord Buddha is something which has been fostered by Noble Eightfold Path. Therefore, you should not be afraid of this concept of impermanence. This is not meant for disappointment. The impermanence preached by Lord Buddha is something beautiful that has been fostered by the Noble Eightfold Path. There are a lot of evil elements in this society. These elements will always tempt you to vice. These elements will compel you towards luxury and self-indulgence. These elements have invaded even the school system. They ask you to enjoy life through ways and means which are not civilized. If you do such activities, you may fall into animal realms at the next birth and then be born as a monkey, an ape, or a pig. There was a pretty woman in our society. She enjoyed life through uncivilized means. Ultimately, she was killed by an accident and she was born in a brood of apes. You should understand this Dhamma. You may have been blessed with a pretty figure. You have got that figure due to the wholesome activities that you have done in previous births. It is not something that has been given by your parents. You have offered thousands of baskets of flowers to get this beautiful, pretty figure. You have developed thousands of thoughts of loving kindness. You have swept thousands of temple premises at your previous births. It is a result of those wholesome activities that you have got this pretty figure. Therefore, you should not fall into the four realms of suffering by trying to enjoy with this beautiful figure. You should use this figure to be born as a god or goddess in your next life. You should use this figure to be born as a god or goddess who has attained higher mental stages. Therefore, do not be afraid of thinking of impermanence. Do not be afraid of thinking of the 32 abominable parts of the body. Do not be afraid of thinking of the 4 great elements. Do not be afraid of practicing meditation on death. Through this, you can attenuate the craving for the aggregator form. So, you should walk along this path and attain the mental stage of Sotapanna. If you are strong in the noble virtue, the fact that you wear beautiful clothes or you make hairstyles does not breach the precepts you follow. You do not develop roots of sin through it. You see impermanence of the 5 aggregates of grasping. However, until you attain the mental stage of Sotapanna, you should restrict the enjoyment of the aggregator form. Once you attain the mental stage of Sotapanna, you will know how to control yourself. So far, I have explained to you how to develop the mindfulness of the body. Then, through the 4 arousings of mindfulness, you should see the Noble Eightfold Path. When you see the Noble Eightfold Path, you should always develop insight through the meaning of right view. First, you develop merits. Secondly, you develop insight through mindfulness. You have to see the birth caused by independent origination through insight. How can you see the birth caused by dependent origination? Lord Buddha preaches to us that if the dead bodies of a person left by him during this sansaric journey are collected and made a heap, it will be bigger than Gijjakuta mountain. Now close your eyes and imagine the shape of that mountain. Now you can imagine the number of dead bodies you have left in this sansaric journey. So we should stop the act of adding some more dead bodies to that number of dead bodies. We have to look at this matter through insight. We have to look at every birth that we may make in this sansaric journey through the mindfulness of sensation, mindfulness of thought, and the mindfulness of Dhamma. You should make a resolve to the effect that you will not add some more dead bodies to the number of dead bodies that you have left in this sansaric journey. Then you should see the qualities of your father and mother through insight. When you look at the qualities of your parents through insight, you will see how you have got beautiful births in this sansaric life as God Sakra or Goddess Sujampatiya due to the care provided to parents. By seeing it, you understand the impermanence of the volitional formations. Whilst viewing the impermanence of the volitional formations, you nourish your parents. Lord Buddha preaches about 4 kinds of care that children should provide to their parents. The fact that you provide food and clothing to your parents does not become some care provided to them according to Dhamma. Lord Buddha preaches to us as the real care provided to parents is establishing them in faith, virtue, almsgiving, and wisdom. If you do it, you will become a noble child who has performed duties towards parents according to Dhamma. There, you establish your parents in virtue, almsgiving, generosity, and loving kindness as far as possible. You should make your parents understand the fact that all volitional formations are impermanent. You go to your parents and tell them that every organ of our bodies are impermanent. You should make them understand that our bodies are made up of 32 abominable parts, and our bodies are part of the 4 great elements. Accordingly, you should make them practice the meditation on death. If you provide insightful knowledge to your mother and make her understand the mindfulness of the body, you will become a child who has performed duties for mother. I should give a message to parents as well. The volume of tears that you have shed for children as parents in this long sansaric journey is greater than the volume of water in the great ocean. I have been able to become a bhikkhu under the refuge of the Lord Buddha. But if I had stayed in lay life and had raised children, I too would be shedding tears for my children. Now, close your eyes and think about the huge volume of water in the great ocean. Imagine that volume of water in the great ocean to be a volume of tears. Now, you can imagine the volume of tears that you have shed for your children throughout this sansaric journey. You can imagine the pains that you have undergone in this sansaric journey for your children. So children should not wish that their parents in this birth may become their parents in the next births as well. If you do so, you will only extend the sansaric journey of your parents. So, you should always expect the cessation of this sansaric journey. I also have a father and a mother. They nourish me undergoing immense suffering. But even though they took such pains to raise me, they were not able to see me as a bhikkhu. So how unjust this world of 5 aggregates of grasping is. The mother who raised her child undergoing much pain was not allowed to see her child as a bhikkhu. She had to go on this sansaric journey further and further, bearing some more children. Lord Buddha preaches that when the transcendental path is followed through right view, mother should develop insight through child, and child should develop insight through mother. Then we should be strong in virtue. We should observe still. We should develop the 4 arousings of mindfulness through virtue. How can we do it? We should think that we followed precepts through the aggregate of form. We developed virtue through precepts. But is the aggregate of form permanent or impermanent? We can see that it is impermanent. This is how we should see the aggregate of form through the mindfulness of body. Then when we follow the precepts, we develop a blissful sensation. Is that blissful sensation permanent or impermanent? It is impermanent. Then, devotees, develop the mindfulness of sensation through virtue. Are the sentiments made in your mind when you developed virtue permanent or impermanent? They are impermanent. Then, develop the mindfulness of thought through virtue. Are the 7 elements of awakening created in your mind when you developed virtue permanent or impermanent? They are impermanent. Then, develop the mindfulness of Dhamma through virtue. If you breach any precept, do not worry about it. Make it a resolve not to breach precepts again. Develop the 4 arousings of mindfulness through the precepts that you breached. But what do most people do? They fall into the 4 realms of suffering through it. You can remember that the consort of King Kosal, Mallika, fell into that realms of suffering due to the breach of a precept. So you should make it a note to develop the 4 arousings of mindfulness through the precepts that you may breach. How can you do it? You breach the precept through the aggregate of form. Is the aggregate of form permanent or impermanent? It is impermanent. Then develop the mindfulness of body through the aggregate of form. When you breach the precept, you may have felt a sorrowful sensation. Is that sorrowful sensation permanent or impermanent? It is impermanent. Then develop the mindfulness of sensation through the precept that you breached. Every thought that was created in your mind through the breach of the precept is impermanent. Develop the mindfulness of thought through it. 5 hindrances created in the mind through the breach of the precept are impermanent. Develop the mindfulness of Dhamma through it. Next, you develop loving kindness. Spread mindfulness to all the 10 directions of north, south, east, west, the subdirections, upward direction, and downward direction. Then close your eyes and develop the 4 arousings of mindfulness through the thought of loving kindness. How can you develop the 4 arousings of mindfulness through loving kindness? The sensation of loving kindness was developed through the aggregate of form. Is the aggregate of form permanent or impermanent? It is impermanent. Now, see the aggregate of form through the mindfulness of the body. When you developed loving kindness, you got a blissful sensation. Is that blissful sensation permanent or impermanent? It is impermanent. Now, develop the mindfulness of sensation. Next, think in this way too. Loving kindness was created through thoughts. Are thoughts permanent or impermanent? Thoughts are impermanent. Now develop mindfulness of thoughts through loving kindness. When you developed loving kindness, 7 factors of awakening was created in your mind. Are those 7 factors of awakening permanent or impermanent? They are impermanent. Then develop the mindfulness of Dhamma through loving kindness. Then you see the right mindfulness through insight. Arahat Sariputta Thero reaches fine material dhyana through mindfulness. Then he reaches formless dhyanas. Then he reaches sustained thoughts and applied thoughts from fine material dhyana, from formless dhyana. After that, the four arousings of mindfulness can be developed through these dhyanas. How can we do it? Close your eyes and think in this manner. Here, dhyanas were developed through the aggregator form. Is the aggregator form permanent or impermanent? It is impermanent. Then, see the aggregator form through the mindfulness of body. When you developed dhyana, you created a sensation of equanimity. Is that sensation permanent or impermanent? It is impermanent. Then, develop the mindfulness of sensation through dhyanas. These dhyanas were created through thoughts. Are thoughts permanent or impermanent? They are impermanent. Then, develop mindfulness of thoughts through dhyanas. When you developed dhyanas, 7 factors of awakening were created in you. Are they permanent or impermanent? They too are impermanent. Then, develop the mindfulness of Dhamma through dhyanas. Lord Buddha preaches that one can make the right mindfulness a noble, insightful mindfulness and achieve great emancipation through noble knowledge in this manner. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. Devotees, you say these expressions after me. May I be happy, healthy and well, and suffering of my mind and body may dissipate. May I be happy, healthy and well, and suffering of my mind and body may dissipate. May all beings like me be happy, healthy, well, and suffering of their minds and bodies dissipate. May all beings at all directions like me be happy, healthy, well, and suffering of their minds and bodies may dissipate. May the beings in the 4 realms of suffering be happy, healthy, well, and suffering of their bodies and minds may dissipate. May all human beings be happy, healthy, well, and the suffering of their bodies and minds may dissipate. May the gods be happy, healthy, well, and the suffering of their bodies and minds may dissipate. May the Brahmas be happy, healthy, well, and the suffering of their bodies and minds may dissipate. May the beings at all directions be happy, healthy, well, and the suffering of their bodies and minds may dissipate. May I be happy, healthy, well, and the suffering of my body and mind may dissipate. The Blessed One, you are called Vijja Charana Sampanna, as you are well versed in 8 wisdoms and 15 types of virtues. The Blessed One, you are called Sugata, as your path is excellent and as you attained Nibbana. The Blessed One, you are called Lokavidu, as you know the 3 worlds named the world of sensual pleasure, the Blessed One, you are called Anuttaro Purisadhamma Sarathi, as you properly disciplined unruly creatures. The Blessed One, you are called Satta Deva Manusanan, as you advised through Dhamma the practice to the true world, including Devas. The Blessed One, you are called Bhagava, as you deserve to receive all kinds of offerings of principal and material offerings. The Blessed One, you are called Samma Sambuddha. You are called Samma Sambuddha. You are called Samma Sambuddha. As you understood the Four Noble Truths on your own, the knowledge of suffering is the knowledge of Buddha. The knowledge of cause of suffering is the knowledge of Buddha. The knowledge of the cessation of suffering is the knowledge of Buddha. The knowledge of the path leading to the cessation of suffering is the knowledge of Buddha. The knowledge of the various meanings of effects is the knowledge of Buddha. The knowledge of Tripitaka Dhamma is the knowledge of Lord Buddha. Knowledge of different higher mental stages is the knowledge of Buddha. Knowledge of strengths of organs is the knowledge of Buddha. Knowledge on the eradication of defilement by beings is the knowledge of Buddha. The knowledge of making yamaka pratihara is the knowledge of the Buddha. The knowledge of everything and every subject is the knowledge of Buddha. The knowledge of revelation is the knowledge of Buddha. The Blessed One, you are called Samma Sambuddha. You are called Samma Sambuddha. Ignorance begets volitional formations. Volitional formations beget body and mind. Body and mind beget the 6 sense organs. The 6 sense organs beget contact. Contact begets feeling. Feeling begets craving. Craving begets clinging. Clinging begets becoming. Becoming begets births. Births begets aging and death, sorrow, lamentation, pain, grief, and despair. The causes of this suffering should be eliminated. When ignorance is got rid of, volitional formations will be got rid of. When volitional formations are got rid of, consciousness will be got rid of. When consciousness is got rid of, name and form are got rid of. When name and form are got rid of, the 6 sense organs are got rid of. When the 6 sense organs are got rid of, contact is got rid of. When contact is got rid of, feeling is got rid of. When feeling is got rid of, craving is got rid of. When craving is got rid of, clinging is got rid of. When clinging is got rid of, becoming is got rid of. When becoming is got rid of, birth is got rid of. When birth is got rid of, aging, death, sorrow, lamentation, and pain are got rid of. When aging, death, sorrow, lamentations, and pain are got rid of, all the suffering is got rid of. I wandered through innumerable births, failing to attain enlightenment, seeking the builder of this house, who causes suffering again and again. Oh, the house builder, you are seen. You shall build no house for me again. All your rafters are broken. Your roof tree is destroyed. My mind has reached the unconditioned. The end of craving has been attained. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. Devotees, you can be happy because you have been able to perform a number of wholesome activities since the evening of yesterday. At this moment, you invoked the refuge of the Triple Gem, observed the 5 precepts, and became a group of virtuous people. Thereafter, you listened to the Dhamma preached by Lord Buddha and brought consolation to your life, having practiced the meditations on loving kindness, the great qualities of the Lord Buddha, and insight. Now, you say sadhu, so that these merits may bring good health, longevity, and wellness to the most venerable Dr. Pallegama Sirisumana Dharmaratana Srinivasa Thero, who is the custodian of the Jayashri Bodhi and chief incumbent of the Attamastane, and also to the Pallegama Hemaratana Thero, who is the custodian of the Ruwanwelisaya, and also to the Mahasangha and nuns who participated in this great meritorious act. And also to Mr. Asela Indavela, the chairman of the Geological Survey and Mines Bureau, who organized this meritorious activity. The district secretary of Anuradhapura, Mr. Vaninayaka, and to Mr. Sajjana, the director of the Geological Survey and Mines Bureau, who is always associated with us with great noble friendship, and also to Mrs. Sajjana, and also the members of the staff of that bureau, and also to the members of the Triforces, the police, and the Special Task Force, who helped in this meritorious activity. And also to the chairman and to the employees of Sirasa Media Network, which broadcasts this Dhamma discourse for more than 5 hours to be heard by all the people in the country. And also to all other devotees in the whole country who joined this meritorious activity and created pleasant thoughts. At the same time, we may transfer these merits to all those who are diseased and now are expecting merits, having served in the Geological Survey and Mines Bureau. And also to those who are deceased now and were related to you, all who participated in this meritorious activity, and also to all those who lost their lives by the attack which occurred on the 21st of April. And also to the members of the Triforces and the police who have sacrificed their lives on behalf of the independence of this motherland and are expecting merits. They all may be happy by looking at this meritorious activity. And you all remind the qualities and images of the deceased ones and transfer these merits to them. May my relatives share these merits and may they be well and happy. May my relatives share these merits and may they be well and happy. May my relatives share these merits and may they be well and happy. At the same time, may all high and lower gods, and also the gods who look after the Ruwanwelisaya, Jayashri Mahabodhi, Thuparamasaya, and the gods who look after the Atamasthane, gods including Halubandara god, be happy by looking at this meritorious activity and get these merits. At the same time, may the god Sakra, the four guardian gods, the gods including Dutugamanu god, may see this meritorious activity and be pleased, and these gods may attain Nibbana through a bodhi that they wish, and your businesses, vocations, and the education of your children may flourish with the blessings of the gods and this motherland. This great Buddhist dispensation and the Venerable Mahasangha, including the Mahanayaka Theros, may be healthy and they may be protected by the gods. Transfer merits to gods by reciting this stanza. May all devas share this merit, which we have thus accumulated for the acquisition of all kinds of happiness and prosperity. May all Bhutas share this merit, which we have thus accumulated for the acquisition of all kinds of happiness and prosperity. May all beings share this merit, which we have thus accumulated for the acquisition of all kinds of happiness and prosperity. Homage to Him, the Blessed One, the Exalted One, the fully enlightened One. Homage to Him, the Blessed One, the Exalted One, the fully enlightened One. Homage to Him, the Blessed One, the Exalted One, the fully enlightened One. The Discourse on Loving Kindness. He who is skilled in what is good and who wishes to attain that state of calm should act thus. He should be able, upright, obedient, gentle, and humble. Contented, easily supportable with few duties. Of right livelihood, controlled in senses. Discreet, not prudent. Not to be greedily attached to families. He should not commit any slight wrong, such that other wise men might censure him. And he should think, may all beings be happy and secure. May their hearts be happy, whatever living beings they are, feeble or strong, long, stout or medium, short, small or large, seen or unseen, those dwelling far or near, those who are born and those who are to be born. May all beings, without exception, be happy-hearted. Let no one deceive another, nor despise any person, whatever in any place. Either in anger or in ill will, let no one wish any harm to another. Just as a mother would protect her only child, even at her own life's risk, so let him cultivate a boundless heart towards all beings. Let his heart of boundless love pervade the whole world above, below and across, with no obstruction, no hatred, and no enmity. Whether he stands, walks, sits, or lies down, as long as he is awake, he should develop this mindfulness. This, they say, is divine abiding here. Not falling into views, being virtuous and endowed with insight, he gives up attachment to sense desires. Truly, he does not come again for conception in a womb. By the power of this truth, you may be well. By the power of this truth, may all your diseases be eliminated. By the power of this truth, you may succeed. Now, wish that you may be able to understand the four noble truths and attain Nibbana at this birth through this meritorious activity, which you performed paying homage to the Buddha, Dhamma, and Sangha, the noble triple gem. May this merit give effect to you to attain Nibbana. By the power of this merit, may I not associate with fools, unvirtuous people, and bad friends who commit the 5 sins until I attain Nibbana. May I associate with virtuous people and great friends who give alms and perform virtuous acts and insightful meditation. And also, may I have association of Lord Buddhas and Arhat Sangha. Devotees, you all, including the chairman of the Geological and Survey and Mines Bureau, Mr. Asela Iddavela, Mr. Sajjana and Mrs. Sajjana, the district secretary, accumulated immense merits by performing this meritorious activity. May these merits bring good health and longevity to the Venerable Mahasangha, including the Nayaka Thero, and also to the president, ministers, the opposition leader, and other political leaders, and to the priests of other religions. May all races live with amity and peace. May our motherland and the Buddhist dispensation exist for long with the blessings of the noble triple gem and the gods with right view. May our country get a pleasant leader who loves the country, respects the country and its independence. Now, the Venerable Mahasangha bless you and receive the blessings of Mahasangha. For somebody who is showing respect to those of virtuous character, who is always paying homage to venerable ones, 4 things grow for him: lifespan, beauty of complexion, happiness, and strength. May these merits bring good health and wellness to the Venerable Pallegama Hemaratana Thero, who is the custodian of the Ruwanwelisaya and the other venerable bhikkhus in the temple, the Venerable Mahasangha that participated in this meritorious activity from faraway areas. May they get the blessings of the noble triple gem, gods Jai Shri Mahabodhi and the Ruwanwelisaya. May they all understand the truth with the power of these merits. The staff of Sirasa Media Network recorded this Dhamma sermon with immense great friendship and relationship to be broadcast on the next Poya Day for the benefit of lakhs of listeners. May they also attain good health, longevity, and wellness. May the triple gem bless you.